And session here at a regular meeting. Okay, so it is 5:30. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Because it is a regular meeting, I will ask everybody to stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. I will now welcome all of our guests. I will re-welcome everybody at 6. We are going into executive session first, so we will disappear for a half an hour, and then we will reappear at 6 p.m. I will re-welcome everybody and go through the rules. If I could now ask everybody to join me in reciting our mission and then moving directly into our vision. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life. Wonderful. I will now go ahead and entertain the motion to approve our agenda. All in favor? Aye. And I will now entertain the motion to move us into executive session.
I move that Code 74-206, item number 1, letters B, D, and B, D, and J, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student. B, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 72, Idaho Code, and to consider labor contract matter authorized under Section 74-206, 1A and B, Idaho Code.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion has been made, and I have a second from Trustee Jennings. Clerk Lamont?
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Benz?
Aye.
Perfect. We will be right back out at 6 p.m. sharp. Guys, it is 6 p.m. I am going to re-welcome all of our guests. We have been in session since 5:30. So a couple of things I will remind everybody of. The first one is if you plan to speak tonight, please make sure that you have signed up in the hallway. That will happen during the public comment section of our agenda. The second thing is if a lot of people do speak tonight and somebody says something that you agree with, it is very impactful for you to just put your hand in the air. Anything else really disrupts our proceedings and I promise you is not nearly as effective. So if somebody says something you really agree with, put your hand in the air. We will give you a pause. That way we have time to acknowledge who's all in agreement with what has been said during that portion of the public comment. With that, I am going to move and feel free to sign up right now if you haven't, if you need to, and then our clerk will grab those during that time. With that, I'm going to move on to 4, the action item. So right here, we just have one action item before we go into our spotlight, which is a possible action may be taken regarding executive session. With that, I will ask if anybody has a motion to read.
The Nampa School Board of Trustees having reopened negotiations with the Nampa Education Association in the fall of 2024 for the 2023-2024 master agreement. And following months of discussion and public negotiation with the NEA have at this time reached a negotiation impasse with the NEA. Given the impasse, the board's ongoing desire to resolve the remaining issues in a fair and amicable manner, the board recommends finding a neutral mediator to facilitate a resolution with the NEA. Therefore, I hereby move the board to declare an impasse and seek facilitated negotiations through a neutral mediator.
I second. Do I have any trustees that would like to speak to this motion?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, I just want to read a statement. And this is a statement from the board of trustees. So as directed by the Nampa Board of Trustees, the Nampa School District Administration has negotiated in good faith the 2023-2024 reopener for teacher contracts based off of one-time discretionary funds. The board and district leadership have worked to reach a resolution that is both fair and in the best interest of our students, staff, and community. However, despite our best efforts, we've reached an impasse in negotiations. It's important to clarify that the dollars in question are defined and categorized as discretionary funds under sections 15 and 16 of House Bill 763. These funds were not allocated for salaries. The funds are to be used to serve the best interest of the district. Over the past several months, the NSD administration has engaged in multiple rounds of discussions on the 23-24 reopener, including meetings during the 24-25 contract negotiations. Despite an initial agreement between the Nampa School District and the Nampa Education Association on how to use the one-time discretionary funds, further negotiations occurred over the summer, which included the review of NEA proposals and recent negotiations meetings. Unfortunately, these efforts have not resulted in an agreement that satisfies both parties. At the Nampa School District Board of Trustees regular meeting on March 20th, 2023, the NEA requested additional support to focus on behavioral concerns. In response, and with support of the NSD administration, the board decided to use one-time ESSER funding to provide additional staffing and support to the schools. To continue supporting these positions, the board approved the use of a significant portion of the 23-24 one-time discretionary funds. This decision was made in good faith, demonstrating the board's commitment to addressing the district's needs and serving the best interests of the entire Nampa community. And that is from the Nampa School District Board of Trustees.
Okay, we have a motion. We have spoken to that motion. Trustees, is there any other comment? At this time, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, from there, we will now move into 5, our student spotlight. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight we have the privilege of having our swim team and some folks and some students that are a part of that. I'm going to have Mr. Young, our principal at Skyview High School, come up and introduce and share our guests with us.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Russell. I'm David Young, the new principal at Skyview High School. It's my 22nd year at Skyview High School in many different roles, different capacities. And I've had the pleasure to be around many, many students, athletes, academics, extracurricular, performing arts, you name it. Tonight, I get to represent and introduce to you Sadie Schaefer. I'm going to give you a rundown of a lot of her accolades. As you can tell, she just came from swim practice, and so this was very, very good timing. Skagit High School, we believe we have a reputation of excellence that's been built over the almost 30 years that building's been in existence. And this young Sadie Schaefer represents what it means to be a Hawk. A lot of her accolades. She has maintained a 4.0 GPA throughout high school and currently has a 4.5 GPA. She will graduate with 25 college credits. She received a white letter one of the years in high school for competing at the state level in 3 sports in one singular year: cross country, track, and swimming. She's competed at the state meet twice for track, once for cross country, and 4 times for swimming. Well-rounded athlete and student. Currently, she just finished up her senior year on the swim team where she was a captain. Some of her swim accomplishments specifically, she was a part of the 4A state championship team in 2022. This year, she won the 100 freestyle, broke the 5A state record, also won the 200 individual medley. She has 5 individual state titles in swimming. Overall, she's broke 2 state records during her swimming career. I believe this year she broke her own. That was one of them, right? So she broke it once and then broke it again. The last thing I'll state for her, and then she can take over and you guys can ask her whatever she wants. Next year, she will be attending the University of Idaho. She's been awarded both an academic and athletic scholarship. Sadie Schaefer.
All right.
So first, Ms. Young, let me congratulate you on becoming the new principal of Skyview High School. I don't think we've seen you since then. And second, wow, Sadie, what an introduction. Please feel free to share with us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I have had a great time at Skyview. The teachers are really great and super supportive. My academic career, I love being involved, so I try to be involved with as much as I can. And swimming is kind of what I love most, so I stuck with that, and I'm super excited for my future in that and to kind of see what the University of Idaho has for me and what I can do there.
Incredible. Do we see Olympian in our future?
Oh, we'll see.
Perfect. Trustees, do we have any questions?
Best record to break is your own.
That's right.
I do have a question. So you've been awarded both academic and athletic scholarships to what universities?
University of Idaho. And then I was also looking at Utah Tech. They're not finalizing their roster until the spring, so I kind of just wanted to settle in, and University of Idaho kind of has what I was looking at. So
What are you thinking about studying?
I'm not sure on what I want to study yet. Something in the health field, I'm thinking. So yes.
So how young were you when you started swimming?
I started when I was 7 on the club team, and then my older siblings both swam, so I kind of just followed their footsteps with that.
Incredible. That's incredible. Well, thank you for making Nampa School District proud. I can see why they are proud for you to be a Hawk. Thank you for taking some time with us tonight. Is there anything that we can do as a board of trustees to support you, or anything that you would like for us to know about your school?
I don't think so. No, I'm good.
Yeah, well, incredible. What an incredible thing to highlight.
Thank you, guys.
Anything else? Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
That will, yeah. Please. Incredible. That will end the spotlight portion of this evening's meeting, and we will now go into the rest of our meeting. You guys are welcome to stay, but you are also welcome to leave. And thank you for taking the time tonight to come. All right, with that, we will move into our public comment portion of our meeting, and we will ask Mr. Coffey to head forward for the NEA Association update and comment.
Good evening, everyone. Curiouser and curiouser. The 23-21 negotiations have had some bizarre twists and turns, and this was certainly one. At the outset, it's odd to me, I guess is where I would use, that the board declares an impasse when the board or the district has yet to make any offers. You mentioned that the 23-24 contract was reopened in the fall, and that's accurate in your September board meeting. We've only had 2 negotiation sessions since then. I love to learn, so I learned something myself about negotiations, which is that apparently any offer needs to be made in an open session. So for instance, I submitted an email offer / demand to you some time ago. I'd submitted a similar offer / demand to Mr. Yarbrough over the summer. And those were at the most discussions as opposed to negotiations. Last night we met again for the second time after the contract has been reopened. And after a nice introduction, Mr. Yarbrough basically just, said nothing new. No offer was put on the table. So last night, for the record, for everybody here that maybe doesn't know, on behalf of the association, I submitted a formal written letter. I assume you've seen it, rescinding our agreement to use the interest-based bargaining process for the negotiations for the 23-24 contract. Any future contracts, a separate issue. But for this contract, the trust has really just been totally lost and broken. And so the IBB process really can't be effective when there's no trust. It also made a formal demand for the distribution of the entire $4.5 million of the supplemental allocation to the 23-24 staff, all of them, classified, certified, and admin, on a per capita basis with a pro rata reduction for anybody who's less than 1.0 FTE. The district team went into caucus after that. For the record, 2 of the board members were actually there. I don't know if we went into caucus. Mr. Kirkland was at the table. Ms. Taylor was sitting in the gallery kind of. And so then after the caucus, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, a team came out and thanked us for the letter and said they were presenting it to you all in the executive session tonight, which apparently is what happened. So again, no counter proposal at all. So I'm really just at a loss of kind of understanding of how we can meet an impasse when there has been one offer made and no counter proposal. Nevertheless, $5 million distribution that was obviously intended for staff, despite how it came from the state, is something that people are noticing. So they look forward to more organizing activities. And thanks everybody for your support. Wow. I want to make sure that I cover the comments that I put in, ahead of time. I did think it was curious that the auditor at the presentation made no mention of any potential liability or even a note, as is often listed in audits about the reopener. I wonder if she even knew. So I found that quite odd that she took, several pages of notes about things, in the audit. And even though there was a mention that there was some allegations of claims or some claims, threats of claims, but they didn't affect the viability of the financial viability of the district. I wonder about that 4.5 million. That seems like a bigger number that maybe would have warranted. So that just, again, I thought that was curious. The last thing about the negotiations is there's been some comments. Dr. Russell made a comment in the negotiation session on October 14th, and again, I brought up the last board meeting about how no administrators across the state thought this money was for staff. And so I asked the IEA to check around. And as it turns out, that's not quite true. Idaho Falls, I might have some of these names wrong, but Idaho Falls and Post Falls, I believe, unilaterally decided, so there wasn't a reopen negotiation. They unilaterally decided to share some of that money with their staff. Cascade School District had a reopener that was triggered by that action, and they shared some of the money with the staff. The biggest issue, though, was almost nobody had reopeners that were triggered by this money. Why? Most reopeners are similar to the one that we have in the current contract, 24-25, which is tied to increases in FTE or the units, the units that get calculated for the FTE. That's what our current reopener says. And that's the standard. To have the special reopener that we did for the 23-24 was, again, 100% on purpose. We knew the money was going to come in a funky kind of way. And lo and behold, it did. We didn't know that that would somehow mean that you thought you wouldn't even have to make an offer about it or really sit down at the negotiations table at all. So that, to me, if there, to whatever credence there is the idea that people just weren't thinking about it that way, it's because the reopeners typically don't work that way. Ours did. There was a clear expectation on behalf of the negotiation team as a whole that that money would be negotiated when it came in. And so it's quite disappointing that the district is taking these actions. But again, I look forward to seeing you in mediation. On my second part, I just was curious, Ms. Lamont, I wanted to share some information about a recent survey that we did.
Kevin, I'll hold you for one
Yeah, for
second
sure.
here. Based on Clerk Lamont's request, has that survey been provided for the board's review?
No.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, based on legal recommendation and board authority, we are going to request that you make that survey public to us. So get that to Clerk Lamont, and we will table those comments to the December meeting so that that survey can be reviewed by the board.
Can I ask what legal provision that recommendation was made to you on?
You can, Clerk Lamont.
The question was asked, if it is a survey that has been conducted, the board is required to have the survey questions and the results if you're going to use it and present it to them. And that is what legal stated.
And we are happy to get you a legal
Just like
statement to follow
if
that.
the district
Taylor,
conducts one.
And trustees, and to Mr. Coffey, it's client privilege as well on the conversations, and it was guided from legal.
But we can also, I mean, we can
Be
get that
happy to
legal. Yeah, we'd
reach
be
out
happy to
and give a
get that.
reference if you'd like.
Yeah, we would be happy to reach out with that.
You're telling me what the lawyer told you, so.
We are, and we'd
but
be
what I'm
happy to say
asking is,
that.
like, what's the basis for that? Is it just because that's what he thinks, or?
Transparency. Yep, transparency for this board. It's, if we're going to look at a survey just like we do, then we need to see those survey results versus just being told about them.
Fascinating.
Just like a petition as well.
Yes, just like a
Any
petition as well.
document
Yep.
that you're referring to has to be provided.
But we are inviting you to bring that up in the December meeting. So we are not taking that off the table, but we will need to review that survey.
Okay.
All right,
Anything else?
trustees? No, not at this time. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the NEA update. We will now move into trustee comments. Trustees, any comments?
I want to give a huge shout out to the organization of the parent teacher conferences for this year.
Oh.
We haven't had a meeting since then. And what I observed, don't have the hard data to see if the numbers bear out, but it was pretty hopping at the elementary schools. So kudos to everyone who called parents, got parents out, and it looked like a good thing.
That's great. Trustee Jennings?
I just had an opportunity to go to Columbia High School and meet with their administration over there and get to see some of their alternative learning styles with some of the programs that they're using. And it's pretty remarkable to see how the kids can react and interact with that new software. And it was fun to know that where the programs come from and some of these well-known folks in our country that are looking to help in our education systems and allowing these kids to have these programs, from what I'm understanding, free of charge. So I was really impressed, and I appreciate Mr. Wolstenhume for allowing us to come up there and get to see and meet with them.
I too want to reiterate, I also got an opportunity to go to Columbia and preview Gradient and hear from Mr. Wolstenhume and his team. I got the opportunity to do the same thing when they were utilizing Summit. And I first just want to say the amount of work and dedication to getting that followed by all on the part of the administration of that school is just incredible. I also really appreciated Mr. LeBou joining. I appreciated the way in which they are also helping to educate us about those types of opportunities for our students. And it was great to see it being piloted. So yeah, shout out to that. And really just appreciate when the staff is able to bring us in and really give us some foundation for things that we need to know and start early. It's just very appreciated. On the flip side, I also have a comment tonight regarding our recent motion. Speaking on behalf of myself. As a trustee, my priority has always been the health and sustainability of our entire organization. Over the past few years, we have made significant strides to support both our teachers and classified staff, including providing the largest raises for teachers among state employees, improving insurance plans, offering more time off for work-life balance, and increasing meaningful prep and planning time. While I deeply respect the dedication of our educators, I believe this current effort is being pushed by a minority representation. I trust that the majority of our staff understand the critical needs of our district, such as addressing the state of our aging buildings and hiring additional staff to better support student behavior and recovery from learning loss. These are crucial to maintaining a standard of excellence in education and ensuring that all students and staff have the resources they need to thrive. Every decision I have made during my tenure has been guided by a commitment to the balance of the needs of all stakeholders and ensuring the long-term success of our schools. I will continue to work towards this goal with fairness, integrity, and the belief that together we can create the best possible future for our district.
All right, I got some comments too. I'm going to read my comments too, and I'm going to refer to some things that are all in public record, so anyone can request these if they want. But I have some statements that I want to read, and it's focused on allegation of the around the negotiations, but allegations of Nampa School District's failure to negotiate in good faith. I hear this quite a bit. See some signs, that kind of a thing. People telling me, yeah, I see it, that there's no negotiations in good faith. Well, at the recent ISBA conference, I was able to sit in a seminar and we talked about this particular subject, good faith versus bad faith. Well, nowhere in the state code is there anything that talks about what is bad faith, negotiation in bad faith. However, it does encapsulate what good faith means. So Mr. Coffey states that quote, the fact that the district is chronically underfunded by the state and federal governments, which is true, absolutely true statement, does not relieve the district of its statutory obligation to negotiate with the association in good faith. It's a true statement. So more than once has Mr. Coffey accused the district of negotiating in bad faith. So the good faith definition is encapsulated in Idaho Code 33-1272, and I just want to read that real quick. For the purposes of this section, good faith means honesty, fairness, and lawfulness of purpose with the absence of any intent to defraud, act maliciously, or take unfair advantage, or the observance of reasonable standards of fair dealing. So I want to go through a couple of things. Despite negotiations already happening between the Nampa Education Association and the district since literally May 9th, the board takes an official vote on August 25th to reopen the contract. Again, there is no specific rule or policy that dictates how a reopener should go. There's nothing in writing. Again, there's Idaho Code 33-1271 states that is done, quote, upon either party making a request for negotiations, which was done. And we started meeting with and discussing this on May 9th. Claims by Mr. Coffey that the district was not negotiating is simply inaccurate. Mr. Coffey and the Nampa School District started discussions on the money issue on May 9th at the request of Mr. Coffey. Now, I want to reiterate that these are my opinions. This is not the opinion of the board up here either. These are my statements. So again, are claims falsely made, negotiating or acting in good faith? Next is information provided to staff by Mr. Coffey is inaccurate. Mr. Coffey claims in more than one regular board meeting during the NEA comments agenda item that all of the money was quote unquote promised by the governor to the teachers and therefore they deserve it and are entitled to it. Clearly this is misleading, if not even misinformation, because the Division of Financial Management and the Department of Education, state of Idaho, specifically states that the $105 million is discretionary. So I want to read those specific statements. The Division of Financial Management, which is part of the governor's office, last year, Governor Little and the legislature set aside $330 million for public schools. And there's a bunch of bullet points and it talks about all different kinds of things. Transportation is also in here and everything else. But specifically, it says it strengthens pay for all teachers, including our most experienced educators, by $6,359. In total, this adds $145 million for enhanced teacher pay statewide. There was an email that was sent to probably all of the districts, I'm assuming, around the state by the what's her name? I want to make sure I get this right. Julie Oberly, who's with the School Finance Division of the Idaho Department of Education, and specifically states this: House Bill 763, Section 15. In addition to the appropriation made in Section 1, Chapter 227, Laws of 2023, and any other appropriation provided for by law, there is hereby appropriated to the public schools educational support programs Division of Operations $105 million from the Public School Income Fund to be expended for the period July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. House Bill 763, Section 16, discretionary funds. Of the additional monies appropriated in Section 15 of this act, the $105 million, the State Department of Education shall distribute these one-time discretionary funds as an additional distribution separate from any other ongoing discretionary funds as distributed pursuant Section 4, Chapter 277, Laws of 2023. Funds shall be distributed pursuant to the requirements in Section 33, 1018, and 33, 1003 of Idaho Code. Is not being clear with the staff and upfront with how and for what purpose the money was allocated from the state negotiating in good faith or not. And I think that's where some of the misinformation or misstatements was. That money was discretionary. Mr. Coffey claims that teachers only received half of the $6,359, around $3,000, which is also a bit inaccurate. All of the allocation the NSD received from the state specifically to use for teachers was distributed to all teachers. So is disseminating, again, inaccurate information, negotiating in good faith. Mid-August, as negotiations were taking place regarding the reopener, Mr. Coffey reached out to Trustee Benz and requested to meet with her. This is mid-August. Trustee Benz is a member of the Nampa School District negotiating team. I want to read the email, which again is part of the public record, and I did mention to Trustee Benz that I was going to read this. Good evening, fellow trustees. First, I wanted to let you know that Mr. Coffey, the Nampa Education Association NEA president, and I met for coffee last week at his invitation. He had sent me an email earlier this summer asking to see me in my professional capacity as a board member, and being new to this position, I felt it important to follow through. I did not anticipate that our conversation would be more than simply a check-in on how my tenure at the board was going, since the NEA had endorsed me as a candidate last fall. However, our conversation did veer away from that topic and into questions regarding negotiations. I did ask Mr. Coffey to take his concerns to Mr. Yarbrough and did make it clear to him that I was unable to speak for the board, but I also wanted to let you know in my professional capacity that this conversation had indeed taken place. So was this done in good faith? by meeting with the trustee who is a member of the negotiating team in a way, to a certain way regarding an issue that was already being negotiated and would inevitably come to the board for a decision. If not in good faith, maybe even a little unethical. Negotiating teams met on October 14th with the district again stating its position that the NEA did not agree with. If one party does not agree with a position, does that mean that they are negotiating in bad faith? No, there's a disagreement. But Mr. Coffey, 2 days later, after that October 14th meeting, sends an email to the NEA members for a call to action with suggestions to working Friday boycott on October 25th, sub-coverage refusal, a walkout, meaning take your students outside for 5 minutes at a designated time with your colleagues, hold up your signs, have photos taken, then go back in. Meet outside before class starts, make a protest, and then walk in. This is minimal but notable disruption to the day without any appreciable negative impact on student learning. And then he asked for other viable options. Is this good faith negotiating? 2 days after we just met, call to action. On October 21st, Nampa Education Association sends a demand letter regarding the specific money in question. In this letter, his assessment of the situation is based in part on, quote, comments by Mr. Kirkman at the regular board meeting in August, in which he said something to the effect that the board had to negotiate unless it would not be fruitful to do so. I don't recall stating that. Very well could have, though. So I asked Clerk Lamont to review the board meeting videos and the minutes from both August and September for those comments. And this is what she states in a response back to me. Again, this is public record. Her response back to my request is, I have reviewed the board's regular minutes from August and September. Nowhere in the meetings do you say anything like Mr. Coffey's assessment in his email regarding the official demand offer regarding 23-24 reopened master contract. And then she has links to the board meeting, comments, timestamps, all that kind of stuff on there. So again, I don't recall saying that. Is this negotiation? Is this good faith? By misquoting something that seems to be intended to show that the district does not want to participate in negotiation of this reopening. November 18th, last night, negotiating teams met again, and Mr. Coffey presented another demand letter to move from interest-based bargaining to traditional bargaining, or in other words, positional bargaining. After discussion, the district did not sign the demand letter, because since May 9th, negotiations surrounding this specific issue, which is money, have been positional. It's been that. It's been a positional bargaining. The letter also demanded the entire $4.5 million be distributed equally among all staff employed during last year. So when the district expressed that we were already in a positional bargaining situation, Mr. Coffey closed his laptop, promptly ended the meeting, and left. There was no other discussion about any other issue in that demand letter, including the $4.5 million. There was no opportunity to even start a conversation about it. He got up and left. Additionally, even if it didn't move to positional bargaining at that point, it seemed to me to certainly move to that when Mr. Coffey sent out that call to action to staff a month earlier on October 16th. The erosion of mutual trust that Mr. Coffey states in the demand letter last night seems to have been started, if at no other time, when after multiple negotiating attempts, he suggests to members on October 16th that staff organize protests, walkouts, sub-coverage refusal, and any other viable options. Again, the statute defines good faith, and I read it before, as being what it is: honesty, fairness, and lawfulness of purpose with the absence of any intent to defraud, act maliciously, or take unfair advantage, or the observance of reasonable standards of fair dealing. In my opinion, Nampa School District has negotiated in good faith per the definition of state law, and more specifically in the interest of the entire district. There's been no attempt to hide any money, no intent to defraud the NEA or any teacher or staff member, no intent to take unfair advantage of the NEA, and has not acted unlawfully in any way with the NEA. Simple disagreement on the issue does not rise to the level of negotiating in bad faith. attempts to parlay allegations of acting in bad faith on the side of the NSD to NEA members to garner support and coalesce the staff against the Nampa School District and its mission is, in my opinion, itself acting in bad faith and contrary to the responsibility the district has in using scarce funding in the best possible and most responsible way for the district. Those are my comments.
I'm agreeing.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
Nope. All right, trustees, any other comments? Okay, with that, we are going to go into the public comment portion of our session, our session. Okay, we only have one person for public comment. I am going to ask Doris Atherton to come forward. And Doris, do you know what zone you're in?
I believe it's zone 2.
Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to put your 3 minutes on the board here. And let's make sure we can hear you. Test it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Once that you start, you'll give us your name and your zone. So just your name and zone 2, and then those 3 minutes will start.
Okay.
Take your time. It won't start until you say your name. So if you want to take
My name is Doris Atherton and I live in zone 2. I came here with a very prepared speech tonight, but I'm going to add to that right now to say the governor did promise us that money last year and I did not receive that. I received half of that. And you're going to try to say that the money that you received was discretionary funds, but it also coincidentally makes up the other half of the bonus or the increase that I was supposed to receive last year. In addition to not receiving the full 6,000, whatever it was that Governor Little promised us, my school was closed. Among many others, I lost my home that I've been at for 10 years. You're claiming, you've sat up here several times and claimed that we have 15 less work days. Several people have done the math and it comes out to actually be about 11 hours less than last year. And a pay cut, or not the usual increase that I normally receive. Please don't ask me to be happy with less and try to pretend that it's more, because it's not. You took away my school. You didn't give me the pay increase that I was promised. And now you're trying to make me be okay with you spending the other $4.5 million that was received, that was supposed to go to my pay contract, to my pay increase. Because I work very, very hard every day. So does everyone behind me. With that being said, good evening, members of the board. We stand here tonight in solidarity as educators committed to our students and to this community. We ask you to respect the process of negotiations as a cornerstone of valuing the work that we do every day. Tonight, we're presenting postcards to you. I have a rather large stack from educators across the district, each one with a personal message underscoring our collective resolve and expectations for fair negotiations. Any offer you bring to the table regarding our salaries will speak volumes about how much this district and this board values us. We urge you to demonstrate your commitment to us, our student, and the future of this district by bringing forward an offer that honors our worth and the essential role that we play in shaping this community. Just like the way we honor our students, this job, this community, show us the same respect. Do I give this to you or do I give it to her?
You'll give it to the clerk and it will, you guys can feel free to applaud if that's what you'd like to do. Okay, that will conclude the public portion of our meeting. There is nothing else on our meeting tonight that involves this issue. You guys are welcome to stay, of course, for the entirety of the meeting, but this ends the portion of this discussion. But please do feel free to stay.
Please read every one of those postcards.
Thank you.
It's the minority that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our
Okay. Okay, we are now on 7, the consent agenda action item. I will go ahead and
Madam Chair, before you call for a motion, I have a couple of questions on some items in the consent agenda.
do you need to drop them down or just ask questions?
Well, let me ask questions first, but let's.
Okay, we'll let the room clear out.
These are just notes from anonymous educators who are afraid of reprisal. Please just give it to them and let them read them.
I will give them the ones that
They're
are signed
scared
as
of
the box.
reprisal, so they don't want to put their names on it because you guys don't act fairly.
And here's everything that I read.
Same. And here's this too, Chrissy.
I'll still
She is
scan.
not going to give it to the board. That is
No.
what she said.
Trustees.
I understand.
I will scan these, but I cannot provide you. the
We
ones that aren't
understand.
signed.
Yes. We understand. Do you want to?
I want her to finish what she's saying and then
Okay,
I'll
we'll just take a recess.
speak. Yeah, we can.
Trustees, we're going to take a 10-minute health break. Trustees, it is 6:51 PM, and that does conclude our health break. We are on bullet 7, and at this time, I will either entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, or I will open this topic up for questions and discussions for Dr. Russell.
David, do you have any questions?
I just noticed one clerical error on the Lone Star students that are going to be heading out of state. And they just happen to have the wrong year listed as the travel dates to and from. And as long as we are all in an understanding that it is this upcoming January and not the previous one, I'm okay with that.
Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to fix that. I think it's probably just an error of realizing that this January is going to be 2025, surprisingly enough.
Clerk Lamont, would we be okay to entertain a motion that just updates this particular request to the 2025 school year?
Yes, they, when they sent it to you, they even titled them correctly with the correct school year,
that's
and
good.
I did not verify in the document.
Okay.
So I think it was just a.
Oversight.
Typo.
So is there any motion clarification needing to be made to correct this oversight, or can we approve as is?
I'm going to just indicate in the minutes that it is for the 2025 year, and then you guys can just approve it after.
Footstool.
And this is the LSM cheer.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, a couple here on the stipends. It does say at the very top to be board approved before payment. My question is, has this individual, looks like Louisa Lowry, has she been paid already?
Chair Taylor, trustee is going to have Mr. Dewey answer that
He
question.
snuck up
ready
there. I
for
didn't
you.
even.
Yeah, you know, I tried.
Paying attention.
Yeah, so the way this works is if anybody in this one obviously is under the 5,000, but anybody that pops over that amount, which is required to be reapproved, we bring to you first. And we do not pay that an additional one until you guys are approved. So as soon
If
as
it's
you
over
guys,
5,000.
this one will not get approved unless you guys say no.
Oh,
That
so
makes
she hasn't
sense.
been paid yet.
No, we don't, anything
Okay.
that you guys have to approve, we do not pay until after the board meeting, and then we'll send it out the next day.
Okay, all right, but that was all that clarification. Thank you. The other one is, oh, I'm sorry.
So then the start date and date, that's the start date and date of the activity that qualifies for the stipend?
That is correct.
Okay.
And you'll see a lot of them are like 1 day activity and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. $30 an hour is what we pay our teachers. So.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
My other question is in the athletic handbook, and I'm glad that Will's here. I didn't know that Mr. Barber was going to be here tonight. Anyways, just a couple of,
Please do come forward, Will.
well,
Mr.
just in
Barber?
case you might need to. So a couple of questions.
Yes, you did.
I noticed on page 3 of it says district activity director. Is that supposed to be district athletic director?
District Activities Director.
It is activities director. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we want to encompass athletics and
Everything.
activities.
Okay. Very good.
Make sure we
And
cover all of those.
then my other question is just generally, there's not anything in this handbook, not that there needs to be, about boys playing on girls' sports teams, that kind of a thing. So my question, I was looking up the IHSSA rules, and Rule 11 talks about the non-discriminatory policy, and 11-3 is transgender student participation, and here's the note. Until the final legal status of Idaho Code 33-6203 is determined, the following guidelines will be implemented. So my question is, do you know what the status of that is?
Whether it's going to get into our handbook or we need to talk about that piece.
The legal
moving forward.
status.
Chair Taylor.
And it goes through all these, I didn't want to read all these bullet points as to what that
I
entails.
thought we had updated policy.
Yes,
Yes.
We do.
We do
So
have a
Chair
good
Taylor,
policy,
trustee
yeah.
Kirkman, just to clarify the question, was the question of what's the current status of the court case
Or our policy.
or our policy or our
Well,
athletic handbook?
First, the court case.
Okay.
I looked at the policy, and it does say in there, but it also refers to IHSSA rules
Right.
in our policy. So that's why, and then that's why I'm wondering if we need to include that in our athletic handbook for the Nampa School District.
I
Do
see.
we-
So they're all in it.
So they all reference the same,
Yeah.
same perspective.
Just so
My
we're
understanding,
consistent.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, my understanding of the court is it's still in court. And therefore the IHSA rules still are the guidance that we would follow. And Mr. Barber, correct me if he's heard differently, because he does meet with IHSA more than I do. It is accurate that our policy does reference IHSA as the guidance document. And I see what you're saying is you would maybe like us to put an edit into the athletic handbook that also reference maybe that policy or that guidance.
That, yes, I just want to be consistent across the board, but that brings up another question. These are guidelines. They're very specific. The following guidelines will be implemented, and then it goes through the female to male and all this other stuff in here. Do we
Let me see that.
need to, because I'm probably bringing more into this, but
Maybe you're not though.
we don't want boys playing on girls' sports teams in this district.
Same.
So does our policy support that, even though it refers to IHSSA guidelines?
I believe the IHSSA guidelines is clear on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think the reason why we use
I'd have to
the
look those up.
reference for that is obviously we don't want,
Because it supports our position.
correct, correct.
And unless that court case is resolved telling us something else, we're good.
Correct.
And Clerk Lamont jogged my memory, and maybe I made this up, but didn't we already tackle this particular issue?
In policy, I thought we did in policy 2050, so I'm just trying to review it.
Okay, could you review that really
I was
quick?
gonna
We'll
print that
pause.
off too, and I forgot. Oh, actually.
Chair Taylor, trustees, I do remember we had a discussion this a couple years
I thought
ago.
so
We
too.
did refer back to our legal around this because this, I think, when that first law from the state legislature was coming through
Right.
before it was challenged. And I do remember they did recommend we follow IHSA guidelines. I can't recall the legal reasons why, but there was a guidance from them to stick with that, which is why we put in our policy that referenced that. Happy to reach out to our
No,
team again.
that's fine. we don't need to do a whole bunch
And
of
discuss,
extra
but-
legwork.
I don't think
Just
so
wanna
either,
make
but
sure.
I wanted to make sure that we did tackle this in that policy.
We did, it's on policy 2050 under school athletics. And it says, and I remember this as well, legal did provide the guidance of activities under the direction of, so it's the activities under the direction of Idaho High School Activities Association shall be subject to IHSAA rules and regulations, which the district is required to follow. And that is why we kept it, because any of the activities that we are participating that are under them, we are required to follow their rules.
And Chair Taylor, trustees, I believe if we didn't follow those rules and went on our own, it could create some issues with our kids qualifying for certain
For
events.
Totally
those
get
sports.
that.
Yep,
Yeah,
totally
totally
do as well.
I think that was part of it, but again, now I'm 2 years back trying to remember.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to look into it further.
Sorry to bring up old skeletons. But I just want, and to me, it's more of the consistency thing. I
Okay.
just want to make sure. And I think it was the court case was the one out of BSU. I think that's the one that challenged
It is. So Chair Taylor, trustees, would you guide the administration to go ahead and make an edit in the handbook to reference the policy so that it triangulates well?
if it's not already there, I think that would be a good
Fine.
direction.
And, okay.
We can go back and review it and.
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry. I
take a
did
look at
read
it.
through it all. I just picked up on a few things.
And then, is it appropriate, or is this a discussion for a different time, to link to these IHSAA regulations and recommendations from the board policy? So the handbook links to the policy links to that?
Yeah, well, that's what Dr. Russell was saying, is just triangulate all of those together. So
Right, but I mean, so obviously the link wouldn't print in a physical copy, but if it's in the digital copy,
oh, you mean an actual?
Sure.
an actual
Yeah,
link.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
trustee Binns,
Absolutely.
we
Yeah,
can put a digital link. Sorry, Chair Taylor, trustee Binns, we can put a digital link
Excuse
in, and then in that way you can see the reference that it does reference that. So we'll work on some formatting to make that clear. So
Okay, so trustees, do we want this taken out of the consent agenda, or do we want to approve with the triangulation of policy to handbook?
Yeah, what are we looking on timelines? Mr. Barber?
It's just a yearly approval
Okay.
that we put in front of you.
So next meeting would be
I'm running
okay?
a little late with it. We probably should have put it out in front of you in August. But
December?
we can update that piece and get back to the December board meeting.
Okay. So I think that what I'm hearing is it's a possibility that it will be removed from the consent agenda, but for no other reason than to reference that particular policy. So policy 2050. Dr. Russell, do you have that?
I do.
We need a motion to move this out of consent.
Or you can make it when you approve the consent with the removal of.
It
And-
just needs to be,
Does it just need removed or does it need tabled until the next meeting?
I would recommend just removing. it,
Okay.
And then I'll automatically.
then we
Okay.
can put it back in the
And
consent
Clerk
agenda.
Lamont, can you
next
send the
time.
entire board a copy of policy 2050 for our newest trustees?
Yes, I already have that on the list.
Thank you.
It's online too.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's right there.
Okay, thank you.
That's all the
Okay.
questions I had on this.
All right. If there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for item H, athletic handbook, simply so we can make those edits and the consistencies with our policy, IHSSA rules and regulations, and this handbook.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, with that, we are going to move to bullet point 8, and we are now into the action portion of our agenda. Dr. Russell, A, Transportation Service Contract Amendment.
Chair Taylor, trustees going to have tonight, Mr. Stauffer will come and share some information around a contract amendment to our transportation services. And I'll share some information from there.
Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees. Before you in your packet, you have an amendment for our transportation agreement. This is one that we have mentioned several times in the past as we've got things up and going, and there was some language inside of the current contract that we needed to modify and bring into compliance with where we wanted to be with some of the services provided. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have in relationship to these amendments that we have identified to bring to the board.
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if anyone else has questions, it'll give me a second to find what I'm looking for.
Any questions, trustees?
I have a question that's not related to the amended agreement, just a general, but I guess we're gonna have an update, transportation update later, so.
Do you feel like it's pertinent for now?
No, well, I don't know. I guess I'll just ask. So we have the rate changes, right, for the additional services, et cetera, et cetera. Has our need for additional adjustments kind of slaked a little bit based on the new cadence of things? Is this something that we're likely to have to do multiple times, or this is it? This is the whole, does that make sense?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, we'll answer that question a little bit more in the transportation update, but to your relationship to the amendment, this particular component for the contract, there won't be any, I don't foresee any additional needs at this point in time. However, I don't know what that's going to look like in 3 or 4 years. We may have something that comes up we may need to adjust, but we have done that in the past with our previous contracts as well. When something comes up, we bring it to you. But in this case right now, we think that we have addressed all the things that needed to be addressed through this amendment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Sure.
Mhm.
Mr. Stauffer, in the, I can't remember what I'm looking at here. with
RFP?
this.
The amendment?
Yeah, what you provided here, the amendment. Yeah,
Yep,
there you go.
the
It says
amendment.
right there, this amendment.
Yep.
Number 2, block heaters.
Yes.
Question on that is, if I understand what this is saying, Appendix B requiring block heaters for all buses is stricken. My first question is why?
Chair Taylor.
Aren't they going to be needed?
Trustee Kirkman. No, we actually have a letter from both First Students and their bus supplier, and it escapes me the name right now, but the newer versions of the buses do not need the block heaters. They were developed and have better technology in them. When we were, again, if you remember, we utilized this from a previous district, and that was one of the things that came in earlier stages with older buses. The fact that we have brand new buses, we don't need the block heaters.
So based on technology.
Based on technology.
It's obsolete.
It's obsolete. So also the other part there, just to protect us, if you notice right there, if the requirement must be reinstated with the agreement of the parties. So if we find out that we're having issues, we did put it in here so that we could bring it back and put it into the board.
However, in the contract, it says that they pay for the block heaters.
Correct.
So why would we then say, well, let's talk about this? I would think that if the block heaters are needed, they pay for it.
Agreed. And that Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, that is the genesis around that. They would still take care of that.
Oh, that's not in here though.
I think if we were bringing it back to the board, we would bring that same part of our RFP back.
At that time,
we would bring it back.
And that's when you would say,
Correct.
You guys are paying for this.
Correct. If the need for block heaters is there, and we do find that it is something that, regardless of what the technology says is working, if something does come up, we would bring that back to the table, and that would be at their cost.
I would think with the newer technology, that's probably
Yeah.
not going to be an issue. So just, okay.
And we have found that that is common, that's being more commonplace with the newer vehicles, as we have talked to other districts as well. As the newer vehicles are coming out, they're not having that need.
Okay, and this kind of goes along with Trustee Benz's comment, general comment about the cost. So number 4, air conditioning on general education buses. Section 1.28.10.1 of Appendix B is modified. That contractor will provide air conditioning on all general education type C. What are type C buses again?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, those are our large buses.
Okay. And district will pay the additional cost as set out in the attached amended rate sheet. So I'm looking at this rate sheet.
Mhm.
That's an additional $66,000 next year. And then if we have to replace an additional 48,000. Or is that altogether that's an additional cost too, right?
The only cost, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the only cost for the AC is just that 66 component that you see right there. That is it. And part of that is reimbursable as well in the current state plan. So part of it is reimbursable.
So what is annual type C replacements does not escalate 48,380? What's that?
So that is an additional line item that's down here a little bit further, and that is in.
Non-conforming?
Those are actually, let me reiterate that one. That one is for next year when we replace the type A special ed buses. We have some type A's, which are our smaller ones. Some of the things that we had noticed with our fleet is that the smaller buses, we needed to have larger buses to fit more of our special ed students into, because we had 14% growth of our special ed over this past year, as we mentioned our last meeting. This was something that we worked with them to adjust our new fleet coming in to have larger special ed buses with lifts in them. Currently, they're all smaller buses, and it would be, as we look at our routes, in order for us to reduce the amount of routes, you need bigger buses. And so this would help us in getting more kids on some of those buses and for our special programs, like our Gateways buses and those that also go for our NECLIC buses.
So is this a request from us to the contractor to provide those buses? Because generally speaking, isn't the contractor required to provide whatever buses are needed to bus our kids to school?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the answer is in the RFP. It does specify the types of buses that we wanted. What we have been worked with the company is we needed larger buses because of our growth. So this was something that we requested, and they also requested at the same time. We're requesting them.
So we're looking at an extra $111,000, $112,000 on top of for next year, correct?
That would be correct.
And then,
Chair Taylor.
Please.
And Mr. Stoffer, that it's 112,000, that per year, or is that over the lifespan of the contract for 4 years?
It's currently per year, not including this year. So it'll be the remaining parts of the contract.
So
Yes.
112,000 for year 2,
Fixed.
3, 4, and 5?
Fixed. Yes.
So we have 100 and some odd thousand for the lease or whatever that we're doing now. That was a one-time cost. Well, it looks like that one-time cost is now a fixed continuing cost with the extra for the next.
So, Chair Taylor and Chair Kirkman, some of the components that go into this also have to deal with the, when we talked about the routes, the payment per route. We do believe that we'll be able to navigate as many routes as we have in special education. We'll be able to reduce some of those by having the larger buses, particularly for our Gateways program. And that's just an example of one. Right now, we're having to run more buses because of the need is greater and they're smaller vehicles.
So Stephanie, I mean, Trustee Benz, I know I keep seeing your hand.
It's okay.
The cost, and I might be a little too fixated on this, but we were bumping the ceiling of our budget on transportation costs this year.
This year.
What about next year?
That question, we'll go back to talk to Randy about that question.
And Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I'll be happy to answer it. Our busing has increased every year.
Every year.
So our anticipation is that we're going to have to put more into busing next year. And then the year after that, we're going to have to put more into busing. What we're seeing is we're seeing more sped students ride busing right now.
So
We're going to have to address that. So every year we have to set a budget. I think the difference between last year was we had a budget set. And if you remember, our previous contractor came in 2 million over that budget. We did not have that leeway. But what we're seeing is that, next year we are going to have to increase it. And we did increase it. I don't know, Mr. Dewey's not even in here, but we did have an increase of it. Was it 600,000 from the previous year?
Correct.
We were at seven,
about
9, and
yeah.
we moved it up to
8.
8 something. I'll have to get that number off the top of my head. But every year we anticipate there being an increase in our busing.
And I'm not naive enough to think that there wouldn't be, because that's just the cost of doing business. Everything goes up year over year over year over year. I get it.
Post-COVID.
Yeah.
But while we're on
I'm
this,
just thinking of that AC cost, and I had one more thing on here real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I had a question since we're talking about the cost, the RFID system upgrade. It says that it's on the rate sheet, but I don't see it. What is it labeled on that rate sheet? Because I was under the impression originally that the tracking system, the RFID system, was included in the original bid, but we are opting for an increased bells and whistles system, an enhanced system for the RFID tracking for the kids.
An upgraded is what it says, yeah.
Oh, the ridership hardware. Okay,
Right, yeah.
thank you. That's what it's called. Okay, thank you.
So I am.
Sorry, just wanted to squeeze that in.
No, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, thank you for that.
wait, where do you see that ridership?
It's the fixed cost billing.
Yep.
So the monthly amount updated in the annual student ridership hardware.
Oh, I
does
see, I
not
see.
Escalate, yeah.
Of a monthly cost of $6,787.
annual, not
That's
monthly, annual.
Oh, I'm sorry, annual. Okay, annual, sorry. So an annual cost of $6,787.30 for the upgrade. What's the upgrade?
Trustee Taylor and trustees, this is the component that actually has the hardware that goes into the buses that actually reads the RFD component. They did not, that was not part of the RFP that we put in originally, that they would be staffed with that. That part is an adjustment that we had to make because it was not in the original RFP, but it was something that we did want to have. We had the technology behind it, but we didn't have the hardware.
Okay, so in the original RFP, we said we were going to use RFID to track the children, but we didn't put in that we needed to have the hardware to track the children? I'm sorry. Yeah.
There's two parts to
So
that.
there are 2 parts. So
Okay.
we had planned within our costs
Uh-huh.
that we actually had those in. First student actually does this on their own. And so we shifted from doing everything on our own through our own Traversa system, and now we're utilizing theirs. So now we're rolling through theirs as opposed to buying it all ourselves and installing it on their buses. So it's a flow through as opposed to we were having it on our own budget before.
Okay.
To clarify, Trustee Taylor, when we met and we discussed, this was going through the Tyler Technologies component that we had discussed earlier. So no longer are we paying through the Tyler Technologies. So it is a transition from the Tyler Technologies that the board approved us to use. Oh, I can't even remember the month right now, but it's been a while. But the board approved the Tyler technology for the both the RFID and for the software to schedule and route buses. It was the same package. That package has now been diminished, partly because First Students has that software, so we didn't need some of it, so we reduced our overhead on that. And then the second component, the software which we were going to purchase through Tyler Softwares, we're no longer purchasing it through Tyler, we're purchasing it through First Students. So it's same cost, just a different company.
Is this the same thing with the fuel tank? Weren't we purchasing the fuel tank and now they're purchasing the fuel tank and will only buy back if the contract's not extended? So that is a savings, I'm assuming, as well.
Chair Taylor, yes, this is saving us over 300,000.
Okay. So that's what I was kind of seeing too. So I'm glad we're having the conversation, because as I went through this, I saw some more expenditure, which I believe post 2020, everything is extremely expensive. But aside from that, I'm seeing places where it looks like we're spending more, but places where we're seeing some substantial savings as well. So are we going to go over at some point in this meeting if it's a wash, what our new number is, and just not right now?
Trustee Taylor, the answer to that is we can do that, but we have to have the numbers that plug in to do this.
Got it.
Trustee Taylor, I think that's important because, with this contract, it raises some questions from the public, and in addition to questions from the trustees.
100%.
And my concern is that we just keep outside of the regular costs going up with fuel and whatever. I just am concerned about some of these things. And
So is it that we feel like, and maybe this is what's happened in the way that we're viewing this information, is maybe we're not I think maybe what's happening is being perceived as a massive increase versus us understanding that there is some savings versus pass-throughs versus flow-throughs, right?
That's what we need to see.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the increase. I mean, if this is stuff we need, I'm 100% okay with it. I am not, don't get me wrong. I just would like to see the offset to that because of how public and how big of an expense this is for the district.
And I think also to the misinformation about money that was spread throughout the community as well. So I think that's why you're getting the questions, not
Totally
that we're
understand.
trying to grill you.
No, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman as well. One of the things in here, the only things that you're going to see are truly increases in here are one, from things that we've already shared, there are some pass-through things and some adjustments. One, the software component that we've talked about through Tyler Technologies. The original amount that we talked about was around $300,000 that we originally proposed to the board, and the board approved that in the first phases of us working through this contract. Once First Students won the bid, and we found that they had some of those services were included inside of their standard offerings, it reduced a lot of those expenses out of that $300,000 to where we were only spending $60,000. So we had $240,000 of savings, plus some of the other
Oh, I
costs.
thought you were going to tell me it went from $300,000 to $6,000 a year, and I was going to high five you.
No.
I
So,
want you to know. I thought,
but there is some
that's what
pass-through.
you were about to say, and
Yeah.
I was going to be like, discussion over,
Yeah.
Courtney.
But with
But
that,
what I'm hearing is $240,000 was saved
correct.
based on what they already had. But in
Correct.
that initial bid, we approved $300,000 because you were going to do the software. And First Student already has this capacity or capability, and now we just need this upgrade to make it whole.
Trustee
Do I
Taylor,
have
that
a
is
correct
correct.
understanding?
That is correct.
Okay.
On the fuel tank, sorry. Trustee Benz, go ahead.
If I may, one other comment before you go on your next questions, because I want to answer another one. Just to help identify, the only things that you're seeing that are truly increases in this amendment have to deal with the AC cost and the type AC replacements. Those are the only two increases that come with this. There was a clarifications, are most of the other statements are clarifications of things that we have agreed to and how the practice has rolled out with the operations of both our department and with First Students.
Excluding the lift buses are new, right? Or did I make that up? The lift buses are new.
So Trustee Taylor, we currently have lift buses that are type A's. Those are the smaller ones. What we're looking for in the type C's, which are the bigger ones, the type C's, which are on here, we're looking for ones that have more capacity.
Okay. Okay.
And that is something we have recognized through this year, that we needed to have some additional larger buses
For our
for our
sped.
special ed departments.
And-
So those are the truly the only two increases that you're seeing here in this bid that you have looked through before. Those are the addition. The other ones are
We
fine
lived through a
tuning
lot.
for the aid.
We lived through a lot.
You
so
did,
we
you
have a
did. So
lot of
trying to bring them back.
questions. Yeah.
The one that has to deal with the aides is just a clarification. We already have aides in the contract, but we did have a unique experience where an IEP student's required to have a one-on-one aide with them on the bus. But we did not have that in the contract. And
But
so we
we're
just,
reimbursed from the state if the student is required to have a one-on-one. Is that correct? I am asking either of
Anyone
you.
who knows.
Yeah,
Anybody
so-
who knows.
So this is just part of the original
Got it.
contracted price. So
Got it.
we're reimbursed based on the
Yeah.
contract and all that.
Got it.
all that
Okay,
stuff.
so nothing has
It's not
changed.
like a payroll that we own ourselves.
correct.
So nothing has changed other than starting year 2. Is that why this is put out this way? Because
Correct.
it says starting year 2?
Correct. This is not this current year. It'd be
Got it.
for year 2. When we reallocate and redo our budget, we can account for this in our budget for year 2.
What does do not escalate, does not escalate mean?
It will not be raised any year. It's not going to increase
It's
with
that
our,
fixed
it's
cost
a
for
fixed
the 10
cost.
years.
Yes,
For both,
for both.
for the 5 years?
Correct. So, and
'Cause we
again,
have a
that's the whole
5-year contract
piece
with
right
them,
there, starting
correct?
year 2 does not escalate for our ridership hardware and for the annual AC cost and the annual C replacements for some of the A's in our special ed.
But I need
umbrella.
somebody to remind me that we are in a 5-year contract with them.
Correct.
Okay.
We are currently in a 5-year
With a
contract.
potential renewal, but a 5.
Idaho code allows us to have one renewal of 5
Okay.
years, but that is it. After that, you are required to go out to bid after
We
the
should be,
second
we should
contract.
be talking 5 years.
Yes.
rather
I
than
just wanted to make sure
10-year
because of
5-year
that. Yeah, I
contract
just, yeah. I
with a
just because
possibility
especially- yes,
of a renewal if the board so desires.
Yes.
And then this is very illuminating to hear the savings versus the increase, the cost and what is what. There's been a lot of discussion and there's been a lot of information that has flowed through about this topic. Is this captured somewhere? This difference, the savings, the $240,000 savings versus this and why? And like, is it clearly, because it may have come through and I'm not remembering it, but I don't remember seeing that
So-
outlined in that way.
We'll have 2 responses, Chair
Okay.
Taylor. One, that there has been a lot that has happened in our board
Okay.
meetings where we have put this in different PowerPoints. I think we can get you something else that will do some more in that lines. So the answer is yes. Have we been through this and do we have it out? Have we put it into PowerPoints that you've had access to? The answer is yes. However, it is a very big and a very ongoing discussion. And so I can understand that we can work on getting something more concise for you.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a quick, oh,
Yeah, can I answer as well?
please, yes.
So let's remember a timeline on this as
Mhm.
well. When you guys approved the budget and all that, we were still in the negotiation phases to even get our contract signed.
Okay.
So we hadn't finalized anything in terms of exact costs. We knew what the Traversa and that, and we were kind of planning on that, what we did.
All
And so we
assessed.
estimated in that fund area in order to do this. In any new contract, anything, even if we were with the other contractor, we were going to have these difficulties regardless because we made a full scale change of how we were doing things. We had new routes, new everything. And so this first year, we're learning what it was that we needed to do and what type of things we didn't need to do. And there's going to be some costs coming up. This is one of the first things we're looking at. It's like, oh, okay, now we got to order new buses, and these buses are going to cost a little bit different because, and that wasn't planned. We didn't tell the bidders that either. So we can't say, hey, this is in the bid, you got to keep the price. We didn't tell them the right
Yeah, and we
information
didn't
either.
know that we were going to have
That-
this. spending.
we went in blind into this, trying to do a RFP as quick as we could.
Mhm.
Had we known what we were getting into in different ways and different things, we would have been a little bit more prepared. If we had a year to do it like we wanted to, this would have been a much different story because we could have asked the questions and that. The originals we had that, but we had no idea how to ask those questions, and the prior contractor wasn't helping us in that stuff, so we didn't.
And Chair
Trustee
Taylor, one
Benz.
other thing just
Oh.
to add to that too is, again, just to reiterate, we've had a huge increase of special ed students, and that's really where this is coming into play.
Yeah.
That is a large number of increase on any stretch of any year of having a 14% increase of any particular group and subgroup, whether it's general ed or special education. So that was something that we could and we didn't account for. We did account for some growth, but not a 14% increase from summer, from break of last year to the beginning of this year. And that's really where this piece for those type Cs is coming into play, is that our fleet was needed to have some larger buses. So going back to Randy's component on that, this was going to happen regardless of our contractor, whether we had stayed someplace or not. We had more kids that came into the system that we did not have a fleet for.
How much of an increase percentage-wise do you think, just a guesstimate on that increase of special ed students?
So we had
Any
14% student increase.
14?
14.
In sped. I think you could.
In ridership.
Yeah, and majority of those all get ridership.
In general, not just sped,
Yep.
in ridership.
So in
14%
ridership overall,
increase in
we're
ridership.
about 500 more riders currently than where we were last year.
Oh, wow. That being said, and I think you guys are doing a really good job of explaining things, and I think that you guys uphold transparency. I don't think that there's anything that's going on here that you guys are not explaining or that you haven't explained or we haven't looked at. I think this became a big topic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there were a lot of questions given to this board regarding this topic. So I want to ask you a couple of questions regarding A, B, and C. First and foremost, are you on a timeline? Do these things need to be approved for any reason at this meeting tonight if trustees were to want more information or want to get with you about some specific question? Answer that for me first.
Trustee Taylor, the answer for ordering buses is yes. We need to order buses now in order to get, if you recall, First Students brought in a borrowed fleet to get us started.
Yep.
We talked about that from the very beginning. They need to purchase now in order to get their order in and fulfilled. Now, remember, we have a fleet of about 110 to 115 buses. So in order to get that fleet replenished, they have to put their order in.
Okay.
So the answer to that is that's kind of what we talked about last month as well, as in preparation for them being ordered. That's where we were coming forth this month with this information.
Yes. And I just think that for whatever reason, the nature of this job is it seems like every month we have a new pressing issue that is upon us and before us. And it just continues to happen. And
maybe we should meet more often.
Yeah. And now I'm having full-fledged stress responses from my free job. So that being said, trustees, because I want there to be complete comfort here in these decisions. Do we feel tonight like we can ask enough questions or gain enough understanding to approve these contract amendments?
Well, I think Trustee Benz had a question, and I had one more.
I
Couple
did.
weird questions.
I did have a question. It's just a curiosity because I don't understand how these things work. So originally there was language in the contract, which we are striking from Appendix B about providing block heaters at the contractor's expense. And we're adding language where the contractor will be adding air conditioners at the district's expense. Is there some reason why these wouldn't be just kind of swapped and call it a wash?
I love questions like this.
I don't know.
I do.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, I appreciate the question. In our contract, in the RFP, we did put in that the district would pay for an upgraded AC. That was part of the RFP. So that was language that was already in there. The reason why we're putting in here is to formalize that is the district's decision to move forward with that.
Okay.
But currently, it was an option that the district retained in the original RFP.
And then does this upgraded AC technology, is this the one that replaces the block heater because it's like a dual or no? It's totally
Chair Taylor,
different. Okay.
Trustee Benz, two separate things.
Right, but I mean, like,
So
like a heat pump and whatever.
the block heaters are essentially, if you think about when you need to plug your car in to keep it warm so it starts in the morning on a cold morning.
Okay.
That's what the block heaters are.
Now I'm following.
They're-
Thank you.
It's a big magnet, yeah. So I just use it in those terms just to make it's different than that, but that's the concept behind it. Is a block heater would help the vehicle start quicker.
Okay.
Again, with modern technology in the new buses, they are all indicating that is not a need. Older buses do, but we'll have We have new year-old currently, and we will have brand new buses next year. So the current technology does not require for block heaters to be there. That was something that was more attuned to an older fleet.
And so this is not heating for the children. This
It
is
is
heating
not.
for the starter.
So, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
That oil moving.
Okay, trustee. Kirkman.
8, bus signage, why is an amendment needed for that? Can't they slap those signs on however they want?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, actually they can't. There is code around that. And so we did have that just as a component. They wanted to protect themselves in it. To me, it was something that we
Easy enough.
requested of them. It was pretty easy. I did not have any issue when I looked through that, and just it also complies with the code.
No, that was just a curiosity question. Is this the only amendment that's come so far to us with this contract?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes.
Good. So I have one other question on that point. In Appendix B, oh gosh, what's the section here? Hold on. 3.2.4. It talks about the process of taking the kindergartners back to, if they don't get off at the right stop, designated stop. The dispatcher reports the situation to the Nampa, or to the district transportation department, absence of a responsible. Anyways, all that was added after this. Was that in the original Appendix 3? Because wasn't that a process that the district provided after the whole debacle with the first week of school?
Chair Taylor,
And kids
Trustee
were getting off
Kirkman,
at
that
the
was
wrong
something we
stop.
already had
Okay.
we had to reiterate and review and make sure
But
that
it
it was
was our
being followed.
process.
That process is in place, just nobody was, we got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Chair Taylor,
It was
Trustee
supposed to
Kirkman,
happen.
that is accurate. Again, going back to being June 25th with no buses, no place to park,
Yeah,
no
no, I
schedules,
get-
all of that. We did not reiterate some of the protocols that we had already in place, which is students would go back to the school, and then at that point, schools would notify
Great.
parents. But now we do have that kind of in place as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is.
Chair Taylor, Trustee
all-
Kirkman, yes, that has been, going back to the transportation report, that system is working.
Great.
We have made sure and reiterated and worked through some of those processes with our partners.
Okay,
Chair Taylor,
can I go for it, but then trustee Jennings has a
okay,
question.
I apologize. Trustee Jennings, go ahead, and I'll happy to speak after.
I kind of have just a parent question. So on this RFID system, is it a wearable thing a kid's going to have, and then if it is, whether it's an ID card or something, if it becomes lost, whose financial responsibility to replace it?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, we are working through those processes right now. So the idea is it will be a card that looks similar to one of these cards that they'll have. We are going to do a pilot, as we mentioned last month, with Iowa Elementary to be able to help understand some of the answers or get answers to some of the questions that you have. Our original intention in the pilot is to see the effectiveness and how it works and make any adjustments that we need to before we go wholesale for the elementary and then potentially the secondary. It is recommended that you do different types of rollouts. There are some things that we will have the opportunity to make some further decisions and recommendations to the board through this process of whether or not we use the ID cards that are both student IDs at the secondary level. So they will look like my badge right here with my picture on it, but it also will function as an RFID card. So we have that opportunity to use that as well. We're currently working with some vendors on how to do that and how to manage it. So there's the mechanics behind it that we're also developing and getting information on. So with this process, we have not unpackaged it yet, but we are in preparation for that pilot phase in January. What we expect in this pilot phase is to work with the kids and that we're going to experiment with them, not with them being tied to their backpack. That was like what we did with the
Colors
little
and
colors
animals.
and the animals. That's how we're going to experiment. Depending upon what we learn from that experiment, we may have some more recommendations for the board to consider, but that's our initial plan, is to use that method to determine what our next steps should be. We have worked with a couple other schools. West Ada is one in particular that has been doing this now for 2 years and picking their brain on it as well. Again, in the pilot phase, we think that needs to be upon us because it's a pilot. If it gets lost, we want to take a good snapshot and get an idea of what the loss looks like. And so right now, the pilot program will be funded by the district.
Okay, I have one more question. If I have no increases in any of these rates, why am I looking at them? Is it because of the portion in the contract that is talking about, why are we relooking at route
Yeah.
rates?
Trustee Taylor, the reason why I did is I want to be transparent. Here's everything, because we've given you the block before and it had all the rates in it. What I didn't want you to have is two sheets with two different rates that we'd have to come back and compare.
So
The
I'm
idea
not
was to
having
put
an
it just
increased
together so you
rate
had one.
in my,
Nope.
my bases. The only place where I'm looking at an increase in this breakdown is the starting year 2, the 100 and
The fixed cost?
the
Mhm.
fixed cost of the 100 and some odd change based on.
Trustee Taylor, that is accurate. Again, that was
Okay.
meant to be in full, to have everything back to Trustees Ben's comment earlier. Can we have everything in one form? This was the attempt to have everything in one form, so you wouldn't have to compare two different
No
forms.
increase in field trip activity bus rates?
Trustee Kirkman, the answer is no. Just, I know I was shaking my head, but I'll state it. The answer is
That's all
no.
right. I was going like this. so.
Okay, okay, so thank you for clarifying that, because it's been a long week already. It's only Tuesday.
It's okay. It just took me a long time to figure out the question I had to ask so we could get clarification. It took me that
Sure.
long.
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Russell.
Go ahead.
And
Trustee Benz.
so the only change to the rates are those two starting in year 2. So it does not affect the current contract year. Do we have a document that kind of shows this is this year and then projected out forward? Because with the software cost that you had mentioned and all that stuff, again, I know it's been in PowerPoints and bits and
Yep.
pieces, but do we have everything all consolidated that shows the original, the changes, the end result? Does that?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, the answer to that is we can provide that to
Mhm.
you depending upon the board decision with this document.
Okay.
Because currently this is the projection that what we're asking for to come through, but you currently have a document that has all that for our current.
Mhm.
We can make those arrangements and put those together. If the board does approve this, then we can get you a document that has all this information in it.
Thank you.
Okay, Art, I was
Hold
doing
on.
a breathing
I
exercise.
think Dr. Russell's trying.
Yes,
to say
please.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustees, I just wanted to reiterate, because this is such an important topic.
Mhm.
It is.
And understand the questions because of what we went through at the beginning of the school year.
Yes.
And I want to reiterate this just for our trustees, for our staff, for the community in general. Every year in a school budget is exactly that. It's a budget based on an estimate. The best example I can give on that is just our sheer staff and the teachers. Every year at the end of May, we have an idea of where our kids are, but we have no idea who's going to come in the fall. But we make an estimate on that. And it is a budget. And sometimes we're over that budget, sometimes we're under it, but we do our best to kind of get there. Same thing with our busing. Our busing was $8 million. And Mr. Dewey's here. I believe the year before we were at $7,300,000. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So we did see an increase. We will see an increase next year. And I need the public to understand that's how it works. For example, insurance for our staff. Every year we anticipate seeing an increase. So we will see an increase and we will budget for that. So I think that's important to understand. What we're seeing here is just some of the adjustments we need to make, but we're going to see some of that go into that increase. So 100,000 next year, it's going to be a little bit higher. I don't know what that budget is. We're going to have to talk and decide what all those costs are, but that's what we do with our hundreds of budgets. And happy for anybody in the community to come in and ask questions and look at those budgets. Some budgets are over, some budgets are under. That's how it works. And Mr. Dewey's happy to walk folks through and see how those are.
Yeah, and I think your board understands that. I really just think that as a board, right, I think that we just want to make sure that there's nothing that there's just no oversight, that we're asking the questions that the community, big oversights, that we're asking the questions that the community would want us to. I don't think that there's lack of trust or transparency in any way, shape, or form. And I think that you guys did a really good job of explaining to us that this was an estimate, that we would have to come back with final numbers. I really just think it was important for your trustees tonight to understand that the only cost difference that we were seeing was the start of year 2. And again, with the fuel savings, I do think it would be nice at some point for us to see the total cost so that we do have it. So number one, we can articulate it and understand it ourselves. We could definitely misrepresent you easily with all of the information that is in our heads. But I think what I'm hearing is that our questions
Here's
have been
what
satisfied.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, echo what you say, and I appreciate the information. And to Dr. Russell's point, absolutely. I am, like I said before, I'm not naive enough to think that the budgets won't increase. It just, that's why.
But I'm a dreamer.
Yeah.
Trustee Taylor, I do have just one other thing to remind the
Please.
board. Through the process, remember, we did lock in our increases with this
Yes.
contract. It was clearly spelled out that
Yeah.
we where in previous years, it was a much higher percentage of increase.
Yes.
That's something that we did spend time to make sure that we could predict that a little bit better. The part to Dr. Russell, again, is we have students, and the students' needs change and the amount of students change. And that's where we're seeing this major adjustment is because of a change in students.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Taylor. On that,
Tyler, are we frozen?
What?
Okay.
on that note, Chair Taylor, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the First Amendment to the transportation contract with first student as presented.
And I will second that motion. Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We are now going to move on to B. Courtney, I assume that you are going to keep that podium. Dr. Russell, the transportation lease agreement.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, Mr. Stoffer will share now around our lease agreement with First Student around our transportation facility.
Trustees, again, this was our iteration of that we needed to comply with as part of our RFP that we put out. We did have a leasing component, was one of the appendixes that we needed to work through. Now that we have the facility up and working and maneuvering, we needed to then finalize the lease. The lease agreement has gone back and forth between legal several times. We worked on the language to make sure it was an accurate representation. Just wanted to let you know that this, again, is a part of what components will be paid for first students, what components we are maintaining underneath our umbrella. It just separates those and also provides information in requirements for insurance, requirements of how we work together with that land. So it's a lease agreement that is based off of the state recommended lease agreement. There are a couple things in there that have to be identified and made unique depending upon our situation.
Okay. I personally don't have any questions regarding the lease, but only because I think that early on I had a lot of questions regarding what this process would look like. So I am going to ask other trustees at this time if they have questions regarding this lease.
The only question is what I have is where I'm trying to find what I read. Isn't there somewhere in here? I can't remember if it was here in the agreement that it's still referred to South Middle School.
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, that was in the original RFP. This one now changes that because
that
it has
what
the
we're
new
doing?
address. That's
Okay.
part of the update with this is that it makes the facility named appropriately that we're using.
All right, very good. I thank you for validating that I
Yep.
haven't gone off my rocker yet. I read that somewhere. All right, I don't have any issues with this either. It's pretty standard.
Trustees? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion to approve the transportation lease agreement with First Student as presented.
Motion moved.
Okay, second. All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, with that, we are now on C, First Student Transportation Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, last item for Mr. Stoffer until our information has to do with some maintenance on a fleet of vehicles that we've owned that was maintained by our prior provider. And we're just going to discuss what that might look like under our current provider. So Mr. Stoffer.
Board of Trustees, I'm sorry, it's me again.
I thought you were going to walk out. and
I
come
was,
back.
I thought
No.
about grabbing the mic and doing that. No,
Yeah,
but I apologize again. This is an MOU, as Dr. Russell talked about. We have 9 what we call our white buses that we have used throughout our secondaries, primarily to help with some of our smaller sports teams for some of our special education programs. We have this fleet that has been maintained with our prior contractor. This MOU basically allows us to have our fleet maintained with minimal cost. The good news here is the only thing that is costing us in this MOU is and this is regular maintenance, this is not significant repairs. Those are a little bit different, and we differentiate out here. But the principal component of it is that all of our regular maintenance and servicing of the white buses will be covered under this MOU, and the only expenses that we'll have is a 10% markup on any of the supplies that they need to fix the bus. In this case, it would be air filters. It would be if they have to do any minor adjustments. Again, I'm not a mechanic, so this is where my weakness will come into play with some of those terms.
Your learning opportunity.
Yeah, I'm learning. I've been learning a lot this past year. So with that, this is different than what we've had in the past. In the past, we just paid full price for everything. So when we had services, we not only had to pay the mechanic fees, we also had to pay the supply fees in our prior arrangement. So this one does again save us money as we are putting into our first students is taking care of our buses with very minimal fees.
Okay, sorry. Trustees, any questions?
Yeah, I just, Trustee Taylor, or Chair Taylor, up to 10 district vehicles. My first question was going to be what vehicles? You mentioned the buses, but would that include any other district vehicles? And is it specific in here to buses?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the focus was our 9. They did put 10 in case we acquired another white bus. But it is specifically for the buses. If you look at the routine, the maintenance component of it, it's looking at our buses to make sure they meet the standards and that they're consistently being looked at. So they can and do have the capacity to do more, but we would have to do that separate. That was not the intent of this MOU. This was specifically for our buses.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't see, and maybe I'm missing it. Maybe my eyes are dilated, I don't know. But I don't see the specificity to the white buses. It just says 10 district vehicles. I just want to be in the MOU very clear that this is for buses, that somebody in the grounds department or whatever takes their truck over there to get it maintained.
So Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, what I can do is we provided the vehicles when we were working through this. I provided the vehicle information as part of this. So we have submitted, and I can add that component to this.
I think that would be good. Just
I will
add
provide that
just so
to you,
we're
but we
clear.
did have a document that we worked through in which it listed our vehicles, the year, all that information was on it. So I will add that to this.
Can we add that to this MOU? And just maybe we just incorporate that into.
I could do it through an amendment if the board chooses to postpone.
I can add it in a motion.
Sure.
I just need to know what the title of the document is.
I would just say that the list of the fleet list.
Okay.
Oh, Trustee Ben.
And just a point of clarification. So the reason why we are contracting with First Student to provide the maintenance on these vehicles is because that maintenance had been previously provided through a supplemental contract or memorandum of understanding with our previous transportation contractor?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, almost. We had used them, but we didn't have an MOU and we did not have a contract. They were just the ones that took care of it. What we have done, and we were paying regular pricing for that. First Students offered, and again, I go back to this component, they came to us and said, we feel like we can be of a service. We have the mechanics, we have the facility, and we're not going to charge you for the regular hourly rate for the maintenance, which is $89 an hour. We're just going to charge you the 10% markup. So again, being good partners and saving us some money, they were looking for ways. And so we were very interested in this component because again, it's a savings for the district to what we were expensing prior.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Now, I just have some questions, and these are just questions. I just want to make sure I understand. It's just in 3. So the major repairs and major maintenance of district fleet are outside the scope of this agreement and are not included in district fleet maintenance. For the purpose of this agreement, major repairs and major maintenance are defined as any single repair or single maintenance item that would cost more than $1,000. Examples of such major repairs, major maintenance may include, without limitation, engine rebuilds, transmission repairs, substantial body work. If the district requests that contractor perform major repairs and major maintenance and contractor agrees to perform such work, contractor shall consult with and obtain district's approval before proceeding with the work. We inspect the vehicles before they come through, correct? So like there's just a mechanism in play that says, we know we got this bus and it had a great tranny. we know we got this bus and the motor is like A-okay. That's just a question that popped up into my mind.
Chair Taylor, that's correct.
Okay.
Now, again, with these components, what we're hoping to do is to maintain all that. Again, the idea for this
The
was a
idea is for
maintenance
not it to
program.
get here.
Right.
Yeah, and so I totally got that. I just wanted to make sure, just to ask the question of good, just in good faith to say, do we check the buses when they come through the door? And, you know, is there just a little check mark that says motor good, tranny great? Like, that's all.
How old are these vehicles? And the question I'm asking is why I'm asking the question is, do they have any existing manufacturer's warranties on them that would be voided if, there you go.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the answer is they're all older. We bought them
Okay.
all used, and they're outside with their scope of warranty that would be considered that initial few years. So they are all outside that warranty.
Okay.
Okay.
Are they new to our fleet this year?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, no. We have had these buses for several years. Some of them we've had probably the better part of 10 years.
And First Student doesn't operate them?
They do not.
Okay, okay.
And then just as a point of clarification again, in the board memo, not the memo of understanding, it mentions that the 10 vehicles that are under that contract, it's the 10% markup, you know, all that stuff. Maintenance on any additional vehicles will be charged at $89 per hour for labor plus the cost of the parts and a 10% markup. That means if somebody from grounds gets authorization to bring the truck over in an emergency or whatever, that's still fine. We just have to pay market rates for that repair.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, that is correct.
Okay.
Again, the 10 are specific to our bus fleet, our white bus fleet that we have. We have 9 in case we wanted to increase. There was one additional flex inside of that. But again, going back to that, you're accurate. If we decided that we wanted to use their service and take in another vehicle, it would be charged at that rate.
So this was just a kindness. Yeah, this is great.
You're not going to find a shop that works.
Nope.
No,
And-
as I'm looking through this, you're not gonna find, this is a kindness. $89 and then 10%, this is a kindness. So I was just getting my clarification of,
Yeah.
have we looked at it, have we whatever, but yeah, this is great.
I probably should have started, Chair Taylor, that we did shop this out. This is
Oh, I
a
need-
very,
listen,
very
I
good
would
deal
like to
for
bring
us.
my
Yes.
vehicle.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Yeah. No, this is a kindness. So this is much appreciated. And I think on behalf of our entire board, if you could extend our thanks. And if there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the transportation maintenance service memorandum of understanding with First Student as presented.
Well, Chair Taylor, I'm going to edit that motion just a little bit and motion that we approve the transportation maintenance service MOU with First Student as presented with the additional incorporating the specific list of fleet vehicles.
Yes. Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
I didn't think you were going to get this many questions, and I did.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I always plan on questions.
But notice that you got 3 motions
I
through.
did.
There
Thank
is
you.
nothing that stopped you, just questions. Okay, we are now in the final portion of our action section. And we are on D, the third reading of policy 2510, the selection of library materials. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, before you tonight is another rendering of policy 2510, particularly around the procedure for policy 2510. This is the policy around selection of library materials. Last month, when we had brought the policy forward, there were some suggestions from the trustees to include some more language from the actual policy into the procedure. You'll see that document there on the procedure in lines 46 through 54 is cut and paste from the policy that explains the written request consideration and the principal committee, et cetera. There was also a recommendation to clarify the days into school days, and you'll see that is also added in red in this procedure document. And then the last edit to this procedure document has to do on step number 6, which explains the building principal and the building level consideration committee. And that was attempted to clarify so that it matches more of that actual policy language in lines 46 through 54. So step 6 should align, hopefully clarify what's actually said in the policy. And happy to answer any questions or do some more renderings of it if the trustees would like.
And then we just clarified the days as being school days, correct?
We did, correct.
Trustees, this comes back to us with all of our requested changes. Are there additional questions, or do I have a motion to approve policy 2510 for a third and final read?
As much as it, though, it is painful to do, I understand why this is necessary considering the laws that have been put in place by our legislature. So I think we have done as much clarification as we can. We've made as many, put in as many options for remediation as is allowable. So I move that we approve policy 2510 for a third and final read.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made by Trustee Benz. Trustee Kirkman has a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are now in the information portion. We do have a trustee vacancy to declare. Trustee Sue has moved out of the state and can no longer serve in his zone.
Chair Taylor, we're actually just talking about the vacancy, not declaring.
We already
Oh,
declared.
sorry. We do have an update. We do have an update. Sorry, what was the date that was declared?
Last meeting.
Last week.
Last meeting, which was what date, guys?
I don't know.
It was last week. wasn't it?
November 13th.
Okay,
Friday.
so we did declare a vacancy on the 14th. Trustee Sue has moved out of his zone, so he is no longer able to serve. The vacancy has been declared. We are recommending that we do a media statement. It's recommended that in that media statement, that we let the public know that the district is accepting applications, and the vacancy was declared within that 30 days. We are accepting applications until January 13th. The board clerk will work with the county to get verification of voter registration and status. We will review applications and process. We will review application and the process prior to the interviews. And then the board will set a special meeting to interview candidates. This is the same structure that we have followed. Go ahead.
Yeah.
In appointing to vacant zones prior.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was just going to say, due to the holidays is another reason that the timeline is extended. And it was, that is actually the exact same timeline that was extended with the last vacancy due to the 4th of July holiday.
Okay.
And so it mirrors that one due to making sure we're giving people enough time to get, if they haven't been registered, or at least to get their application in. The one thing that the board, I would recommend the board doing is last time we had them set the special meeting date with the application. So when they were applying, they already knew which day their interview was going to be on. Do you guys want to think about that or decide that at the December meeting so we can add that to the application?
I want to set them up for as much success as possible. I think it is helpful to know what date that will be on, but I do believe December, we could decide that because our deadline being January.
Okay, perfect. So I'll put that on the deadline
Is
and then I'll
everybody in
provide a
agreement with that?
calendar for you guys to look at.
So then please help me understand. So there's a January 21st date. That is not the day that the interviews. That would just be the review of the information prior to the interviews, but then the interviews would happen sometime after that January 21st date.
At
At its own meeting.
Okay.
So
We've
the-
usually dedicated that and we've done open interviews
Okay.
in a public setting.
Okay.
That's the job.
And then what we did is we set the deadline for the application to meet the board packet deadline so that you guys have plenty of time to review the candidate's information.
Well, but
Yeah.
January 21st, is that,
That's the regular board meeting.
but we don't know if that's gonna be the regular board meeting.
We
because
actually do, because you guys will set your next year's
At that
calendar.
meeting?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and then if we're going to be doing, I'm sorry, I just pulled out my phone so I could see what's going on in January. And if we're gonna have to do a special meeting, just need to know when, if we're gonna set that date
It
today.
would have to be anytime after that date, so
Yeah.
like it could.
I don't
even
think
go
we
into
could
February.
set it. Yeah, I think what we'll do is let's work with Clerk Lamont because we have until January. I think what I'm saying is we want to set the special meeting, but I think as long as we have that date by December, because we're going to accept applications clear until January 13th. And so we will be able to give that to them. So Clerk Lamont can work with us all
Okay,
individually to
perfect.
set that
And
special
Okay.
meeting
I'll
date.
provide
Thank you.
calendars for you guys to have access to look
Perfect. Anything else?
Yeah, we had discussed about what was the requirements as a trustee and including, because I think with the last couple of trustees we've had, were surprised at how many meetings were required for a
They
trustee.
were surprised about their 40-hour work volunteer job.
So
Yes.
I thought we had discussed, I thought we had
Yes.
discussed at putting,
I felt like I kept that for me too.
You did.
I thought we had discussed maybe putting that in the application or the announcement or whatever you want to call it.
So one of the things that we did last time, and I just kept it, I just mirrored it, was right here where it says, in your estimation, how much time do you believe is required to accomplish this role? How much time are you willing to commit to serving on the board of trustees? We can put.
No, that's consistent with what we've been doing, and that's something that we can review as a trustee, as a board member.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
And then I was going to recommend that I work with Dr. Russell because we have developed a new board member orientation platform that maybe we also, once we've received the application, is also send that to the candidates so they have an expectation of what that looks like as well.
Does that include any kind of privilege or?
It would just be the outline to it. Nothing.
Okay.
If that's okay with Dr. Russell.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, Clerk Lamont, I think it's a good idea. I think it gives an eye opening to kind of what things are expected of a trustee and what they'll need to be caught up to speed on. And we do have a simple outline is all it is.
And then Trustee Kirkman, I believe during the interview process, you can go more in detail on the time commitment. Of
I will.
Okay, that being said, Dr. Russell, trustee.
Sorry, and then and just for sake of convenience for the application, the applicant, is there a link to a description of the area that encompasses Zone 3 or a link to that map or so they know?
I was actually going to work with
Okay.
our amazing technology gurus in this room, but I'm sure there's more than that, to ask them what would work best on advertising and setting that zone
Correct.
map.
Because
And that's what we did last time.
The answer is yes, though. It's
The answer is yes, and that's what we have
Okay,
Matt for. He's
yeah, 'cause
media. When I said media, I should have just said Matt.
Okay, because I was like the street descriptions are like.
And then part of the process after we receive the application is I'll work with the county to make to verify their registration status, their registered voter status, and also if they live in the zone.
Okay.
And then we will notify them as well once we get that verification.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Please.
Did these trustees zone boundaries change with the school boundaries?
No. Okay. Dr. Russell, is there anything that you need to add to this?
Chair Taylor, trustees, no.
Did I do it?
Yeah, I was so done with this, but that does bring up an interesting question.
Do we need to?
If there's been change in population type movement, demographics, that kind of a thing. I mean, who sets those or those zone boundaries for the trustees?
Not us.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I believe it's done through the county and I believe it's based on the census data. So they were just redone at our last census.
We'll just wait another 5 years or so then.
I believe, yes. I can't remember if it's updated
Incredible.
every 5 or 10, but I believe it's every 10. But
It's 10
I'll have to-
years.
I'll have to reach out to the county for sure.
And we'll also get a reminder from the State Department and the State Board when the census is required, well, when it goes out, and then when we're required to make
Okay.
sure our boundaries are aligned with that. They also keep an eye on the population. So until we get that, the board does not have to approve that. I believe the last time was November of 2021. Yeah, so it's been during the quarter, but I'll also reach out and make sure we get notification.
Interesting question though. Thank you, Trustee Jennings.
And if I got a little add on to it. And if I can recall, I think we did put a policy in place that in the event of a zone change, the seating trustees stay until they run their term, correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's also in code as well.
Okay, good.
Okay, With that, that was just an information item, so we will move on from there. And I am also going to go with be the empowering parents for Project Kids in the Digital Age. That was Matt Todd. He presented to us. I am only sharing because I recently have an update. Superintendent Critchfield did announce their partnership with the state. This was that parent-facing information. So again, not curriculum, doesn't go to children, but something that they are offering all Idaho schools for free that parents can log in. And it really is just about helping not only to educate parents about tech, but protect tech children from tech predators. So we were to review this information, the fortifyyourkids.com, and come back with our decisions on either taking them up on their offer, having Dr. Russell or directing Dr. Russell.
So is
to do
this an action? There's not action.
There's no action because there's no curriculum. It was just, do we want to direct Dr. Russell to give this information out?
So if it has since been adopted by the State Board of Education or the
It is
State
a
Department
partnership.
of
I don't want to say that it's been adopted. It is a partnership. They are just saying that they feel like this is a good resource because again, this is parent facing.
Right, are they paying, okay, so
There is
this would be
no
zero
cost
cost
for all Idaho schools
for all Idaho
with
schools.
no intended cost ever.
Okay, and if we just make it available as a link and further information, we don't have any action, like no requirements that parents document that they've viewed it or anything like that, then
They are not suggesting,
Okay.
and Matt is not here, and these things can all be clarified, but there is nothing that says if they didn't. So there is no suggestion that if a parent didn't watch it or didn't, I mean, I would suggest that we put it out.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we put this out through Parent School or we give some education so parents know the value. I don't know if you guys got an opportunity to view it. It's actually very informational, and I would arguably tell you that they're the best anti-vaping videos I've ever seen. But that being said, there is nothing that happens if a parent doesn't review it. There is no requirement for a parent and a child to review it together.
okay.
This is simply really about empowering parents and us giving some meaningful education in that space as a district.
Okay, if it's just, here's an extra resource, here's a link, I don't see the harm.
I don't. I see this as being a very good thing.
I say go for it.
Yeah, and I even found I found it very informational. So trustees, do we just want to direct Dr. Russell to work with Mr. Todd to just get this out as some type of a blast?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe through Parent Square or something along those lines. Okay, so Dr. Russell, I just think that the direction here is I believe that you have his information. If not, I'll get you back in touch with Mr. Todd. And then whatever vehicle that you think would be best and whatever preface to parents and information that this is, we just want to share this with our patrons. Okay?
Sure, Taylor, understood.
All right. And we are finally on C, focus group feedback. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight I want to share some feedback that we have got from some of our focus groups. As you know, we're going through this year a lot of changes based on some of the financial circumstances that we had last year. One of our first focus groups had to do with our secondary teachers. We will have focus groups around elementary teachers, middle school. We also met with some parents as well. Mr. Yarbrough is going to share some of that feedback as we are in just the first third of the year. I would say just in general, expected the feedback to be where we were in the first third. Be curious to see where we are in the second third of the year and at the end of the year. But Mr. Yarbrough, would you share some information with us?
Chair Taylor, trustees, Dr. Russell, thank you. Tyler, what do you bring up? I have a PowerPoint to share with you guys. It wasn't in the packet, just some bullet points sharing with you now so that anybody, if they want to see, can go through that. As Dr. Russell alluded to, very much still a work in progress and where we're at right now. We did meet with these groups. Tyler, second slide, please.
What's 4DSC?
Sorry, I thought it was
4-day
said
student
trig.
contact week.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it said trig, but it's try six.
Try
Yeah.
six.
I
Yep.
thought it said trig too.
I'm like, what?
Man.
So let me slow down again. 4-day, you'll see that actually the 4-day student contact week again, just rather writing that all out, that dynamic. And in our focus groups, there are two major components that we're looking at because of their direct impact to families. The first one is that 4-day student contact week. On the parent group that we got together, we did have a total of 6 parents, 2 from each feeder pattern, if you will. And those parents had a variety of elementary, middle school, and high school students. We had a couple representatives that had kids in all 3 of those levels right now, a couple that had only high school, a couple that had only elementary. So Pretty good dynamic for the first focus group. We definitely plan on doing another one. I'll talk about that at the very end with some recommendations or some thoughts about what's next for us. We then met with all 3 comprehensive high schools and groups of teachers and groups of students. What that was just on our the random days of October 28th and 29th. We had a random prep period that said, hey, if you're on prep, come down and chat. So had some teacher feedback there, and then also students behind that, and had roughly between 7 and 12 teachers in each of those 3 groups, and had about 10 to 12 students in each of those groups. So again, representative sample, but again, focus group, still a lot of things to get to. Big highlights for this. And again, what I've done on this PowerPoint, Tyler, if you'll go to the next 3 slides. So go to this slide. I'm not going to spend a ton of time here. Go to the next slide, and then go to the next slide. And the reason I want you guys to see that, basically what I've done is I broke out the parent group feedback, then the teacher feedback, and then the student feedback on the 4-day student contact week. And then that will repeat again for Tri-6. So this the first highlights I want to share with you are on the 4-day student contact week. Okay. Again, work in progress, like Dr. Russell said. Here's the overarching theme. All groups, with very few exceptions, do like having Friday off. That's not a surprise to us. Now, within that, there are some nuances for sure. There are some dynamics and challenges, particularly with elementary parents. We heard the worry about length of the day and what that looked like for students. One parent actually said it was interesting. We went with them on October 16th. The Friday before, she said, this is the first Friday, the Friday before we met, that my kids kind of got, okay, now I'm getting into the normal of it. So again, that first third and where we're at, we think some of those things are going to become more normal, and folks are going to see that. But they were focused on, hey, there's some challenges here. One of the other things that was interesting is what parents saw as positives and maybe students didn't. I'm going to direct you on this one, the parent group. The bottom, some high school kids having homework was actually, for our high school parents, they actually like that. They're like, no, I like my kid has homework. If you look at the cons on the students, that is not the case, right? So the perspective of who we have there, it definitely impacts them. The parent perspective that was shared was, I want my student to be ready for work after high school, or what becomes after high school, if that's college or whatever those things are. So again, just some nuance there, and wanted to share that. Again, the concerns that we saw on the 4-day student contact week from the parent perspective was that length of day and the shifting of the paradigm. Teachers, very much the same type of dynamic on concerns was the length of the day. So again, that idea of how that impacts them, although they do really like having Fridays. Some teachers did express that, hey, the Fridays, I still have to work on the Fridays. I still have to grade on the Fridays. I still have to do those things. And that's a dynamic, I think, that, again, is twofold. Number one, we are in change. We're shifting that paradigm. But I also want to give a lot of credence to, it is a big change, and there are dynamics and elements we don't understand. I do have feedback from a couple of teachers that is very much, I really am struggling with how to pace in this new dynamic of a 4-day week. Now we'll get to Tri-6 as well, but just the 4 days and the length of time and what that looks like. So again, I want to talk about 4-day, and then we're going to transition to Tri-6 shortly. The next slide, Tyler, is the
Question.
Any questions? Yep.
And Trustee Benz, I'll get to you in just a second. Do we plan to do this, say, every trimester? Okay,
Sure.
so we're going to continue as this is rolling to see how we felt in the beginning, how we're adjusting in the middle, and how it ended up.
And
Okay.
I will show you my last slide, Chair Taylor, is how I plan to do that and how to put that together. There's a couple things. We're going to meet with these same folks again, and then add on a couple new groups is the idea. So it's not just these folks, but continue with these folks. So that's not just the one shot I just heard from you in the beginning, and then I don't hear from you again. So we've talked with those groups about redoing that, and we'll get more focus groups going as we get into just past the holidays is probably the target. So sometime in January.
Okay.
And then if you back up to the teacher slide, the con that caught my eye is some feel working Fridays are too directed. That was something that was mentioned by Mr. Coffey, et cetera. How is that balance working out?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, great question. And I think the conversation is, again, around the new dynamic and paradigm. We used to have early release Wednesdays, and those were very directed or non-directed based on the experience. The Fridays that we now have, we worked with, negotiated with the NEA on how those Fridays should look. And I think that's the tension point of what does that really look like? What we have structured, and it's in the master agreement, is every Friday that we have staff and not students, we do have a block of PLT directed time.
Okay.
On the days that we do not have district directed time, and there are 4 of those in the year, we've already completed 2 of those. That time is 90 minutes of directed PLT time that has to happen on those Fridays. During the 4 district directed days, it's 70 minutes of PLT time, and that's very intentional. So we gave a 20-minute buffer for people to travel. There are numerous things we do district level PD that they're not all in different locations. They're more in a central location or one spot where, say, all second grade would go or all elementary would go. So those pieces are there. That's the directed piece. Every Friday, however, does have 3 hours of non-directed teacher time. What is a challenge is folks figure out how to best use that time and how to navigate if there are other meetings or other things that we need to try and attend to. We've been very clear with our principals that is teacher-directed time. They get to choose. However, in that teacher-directed time, we have a number of CNI voluntary offerings, and we have a large number of teachers showing up and doing those things. So again, there's that dynamic. What I will tell you again, and I think it's a piece of the entire dynamic we're in as a district, is it feels like with the change, well, you're directing what I have to do. Well, partly, yes. We need to make sure that we're putting things in place so that the work that needs to get done gets done. And secondly, we want to honor teachers in developing their capacity. And that's why we have negotiated their Fridays like we have. That doesn't mean it stays like that in perpetuity. That is something for us to reconsider. And this feedback can be one of those pieces. That relates to Chair Taylor. I think that idea and Trustee Benz of the Fridays being quote unquote too directed and what that means.
And trustees, I do want to throw out at this time, I am actually flying with the team to Texas in January to go through the highly reliable schools workshops to gain a better understanding of what we're doing with that direction. It's where I plan to put my focus next year, because I don't intend to be board chair or vice chair. So I'm just throwing that out there right now so nobody nominates me. But that being said, I really, I have felt like the work is very good for organizational health. I've read through the books that we were given and then some additional information on the work. So this is something that I would really like to do a deep dive into, because that's where most of that directed time is going. And I believe that this leads towards cohesiveness, organizational health, and team development.
Yeah, and then just as a follow-up on what you were saying, it is so there are blocks of time allocated for different types of activities, some directed, some non-directed, some district directed, some building directed, et cetera, et cetera. Are those times consistent across buildings so that if people chose to collaborate as a second grade group, even though it wasn't required that they did, they have similar chunks of time free to do that? Or does that look different? And is that contributing to this feeling that it's too managed? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, yes, we do have an actual schedule with what we do on our district days. And because of the work of our CNI department, our special education department, our federal programs department, we switch elementary and secondary on those days. So for example, secondary has directed time in the morning, that PLT time, and then the district time, and then they have non-direct in the afternoon, or vice versa. I apologize, I can't remember. We have that laid out. For the building days, we definitely have the directed, which is in the morning off our sheet. However, we left language in the contract if teams wanted to, or building leadership teams wanted to talk about that on building directed days, how to navigate that, they could.
Okay.
There are a couple exceptions to that, and that is like our counseling department or our counselors across the district. Their role is so unique, and they kind of fit into multiple PLTs, if you will, that they may need to meet with a grade level, but they also need to meet with their other counselors. So we're working through those dynamics and actually have a plan to work through December to see what that looks like in that one instance, and then kind of revisit, is this working or not? Again, this is iteration 1, and we are where we thought we would be with these are the changes. How do we navigate that? So
yeah. I just was wondering if we had identified the root of why people were feeling that. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Tyler, you go to the next slide. And this is the student group. Interesting. Again, we've only talked to high school students. I do plan on trying to get to some middle school students. It will be interesting to see their dynamics. Overall, I only had one student say, I do not like the 4-day, and it was a very particular reason. And while I empathize very much with this student, their reason for not liking it is on the day off, they do have to watch their younger siblings. And that is a challenging dynamic. However, that is a dynamic that the vast majority of our other students are, no, we really like it. We sleep in, we do this. There were a couple that were a give or take. It's not that big of a deal. But again, the vast majority of students, yes, we like having it off. Now, causes the challenge of the cons of the days are too long. How do I navigate that? How do I get homework done? And we'll get at that a little bit more in Tri-6, but what are those pieces? And some of them, if you look at those cons there again is, excuse me, I'm going to get to the student spot. So some of them felt like, hey, we lose time for homework because I have to do a job on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So now that the days are different, now I've lost time for homework. That was something that came up a couple of our older students that worked. The length of the day, again, is their challenge. They have to take on other responsibilities outside of school is their feeling.
So it's the working over the weekend that's taking away from the homework, not the length of the day. And then you have homework and job that you have to squeeze both in, or is it both? Okay.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, that will definitely be in the Tri-6, and I'll talk about that, how students feel that the schedule has definitely crammed that for them. That is a perspective.
Thank you.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Benz, I think that was also some of the feedback from the parents as well. They just felt like the days were more packed.
Okay.
Because of just what you described.
Yep. Okay. Again, overall, students most liking the 4-day week. Some of them, it is interesting. Some talk about, I have a job, so I don't have time to do homework. Others say, now I can get a job. So again, it's that dynamic across. Sleeping in was something that came up for a number of them as well as high school students. So, yep. Moving on to Tri-6. This one I think is a little more, this one is where the change has really been felt by our high school students and our teachers particularly. So I want to honor that and understand that, and also be clear to walk that line of, we are in a change cycle. There's going to be those. I had one teacher reach out and say, quit telling us it's just change. It's going to be hard. And I understand that. I really do. And a third of the way through the first year, it's going to be there. It's going to be that dynamic. So we're working through that. And we'll continue to gathering. Again, this group of teachers want to speak with them, want to speak with these parents. The one thing that came out as a positive on the Tri-6 for high school students, high school parents, and high school teachers is seeing each other every day. Seeing teachers and seeing students every day has been a drastic move forward. Now, there are other schedules that could happen in, and that's true, right? A straight 7, all those things. But that dynamic of seeing teachers every day, that has been a positive across the board. That's been beneficial. The other thing is that some students like, for the parent group, again, some of them liked I like that my student does have more stuff in the day that's academic driven because it's preparing them for work outside of this. That's not everybody, that's not all, but there were multiple parents who talked about that. At least 2 that I can pinpoint in my brain that said, yeah, I like that idea for my kids and it keeps them busy, but those kids are also high achievers and involved in other extracurriculars. So it keeps them busy and it keeps them maybe too busy with some of the tension that was there. Again, the cons on the Tri-6, worries about access to choices. One of the things that we were very clear on is when you look mathematically, there are more choices in a Tri-6 than other models, even more than we had on the block. What is a challenge, and we're still working through, is building schedules that allow kids to access all of those things in a way that makes sense. I think our schedulers at all our high schools and our master schedule team has done a really good job in iteration 1. And I think we're going to do a better job in iteration 2. Now, when I say iteration 1, I mean in the school year. But what happens there, you can't build just, hey, we're just going to trimester and then switch it. It's going to be a couple iterations of that. The one thing that I would compare to, the analogy I can best give is under a block, our teachers and our schedulers, counselors, and others were used to working a puzzle, and they knew the dynamic of that puzzle. We now have them working on maybe a Rubik's Cube. Once they figure the Rubik's Cube out, it'll move to a puzzle, but we're in that spot. I think from a very logistical, how do I piece the things together and look at that? There are some challenges that we have on that and some things that we chose intentionally that have made it a little more challenging. One example is right here on the parent feedback. Freshman courses in core, we kept 3 of 3. Well, what that does, they're taking 3 distinct trimesters of English or math and science. That restricts their elective options. They being only freshmen, but it does restrict that. And then that the more requirements you have, the harder it is to move that puzzle, if you will, right? The less flexibility happens. Now, we have talked about in iteration 1, is that where we stay in perpetuity? We don't know that. We want to revisit that in the spring. The state is almost done with their graduation requirement changes at the state level. We plan on coming to the board in December and talking about a graduation requirement review committee and starting that process as well.
So how many programs have, freshman requirements? Like you have to decide that you want to be a CNA or go into welding or whatever your freshman year. How many do we have of those? Does it matter if the kids don't have those options until sophomore year in terms of long-term success in a program?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, great question. There are no, to my knowledge, there are no CTE pathways that you have to declare as a freshman. In fact, most classes you can't take as a freshman in the way that it sets up for funding from the state. There's sophomore level classes and above. What we are finding, again, is figuring out how that balance works. We have a couple students that are actually taking, they're seniors, and they are just starting in the CNA pathway this year and will be able to complete the entire pathway in their senior year. So that's the positive side. The negative side is figuring out how to balance for other students that maybe aren't seniors, where that falls and if their electives are restricted. Where really the rub comes is not in our CTE pathways, but in our performing arts, if you will. How do I take 303 for band? Do I take 303 for choir? Do I take 303 for theater? Like, those are really, really challenging dynamics. And again, as we schedule and figure that out, it will cause those challenges. What I would suggest, and again, whether it's popular or not, we've always had that challenge. Whatever schedule we've been on, we want to provide the maximal choice possible. That doesn't mean everybody gets to do everything. That's just it's a non-realistic ability to say everybody can do everything. So what my advice to our scheduling team has been is let's build the system and work the exceptions. So meaning that if we have a kid who's that one-off 5 AP classes and wants to take choir and is also in a swimmer, how do we work with that student to maximize what that choice looks like? At the end of the day, we can only do so much, and whatever paradigm we're working in, we'll do our best to maximize that, but give them that opportunity that we can. So that's the parent group. The teacher group, again, I think when we look at teachers, they are the ones feeling the most movement, if you will, and the most change on a Tri-6. And I want to honor what our high school teachers are going through with that. It has been a very, very different dynamic than what our system has been accustomed to for 2 decades. On the block schedule, it was a very different dynamic where I was teaching 6 of 8 classes, but they were spread out over 2 days. And so that dynamic, we did intentionally, because we had to, for financial reasons, shift off the block. I did have Ms. Wallen, my assistant, poll. We only have 2 districts in the valley that are still on the block, and that's CUNA and West Ada. Everybody else is not on a block schedule and has not been for a long period of time. A number of them are on straight 7. We looked at other districts across the state, including Bonneville and Rigby. They're on a Tri-6. Blackfoot's on a Tri-6. Those types of ideas, because the block is really, really hard from a financial affordability standpoint. It does cost more. We talked about initially on our schedule change way back when we were talking about schedule changes of let's just have teachers teach 7 of 8 and stay on the block and them not have a prep. One day they teach 4 and then 3 the next day. Having been a teacher in that system, and I will take the blame on that. I said that's not an option. It's not good for our staff. It's not tenable for the long-term solution. We had to do that when we had a financial crisis in the early 2000s, and we had to do that for a year, and it was a fix that then we got to go back to 6 of 8. If 7 of 8 becomes the schedule, it's not tenable for our interest of recruiting and retaining. It just was not. So that's why we ended where we did in that conversation and that group. I do, again, want to highlight the positive, seeing students every day. Some teachers talked about, hey, the level of rigor is ramping up. But that also is a con for the teacher of, now I got to be ready to prep and plan. How do I teach all that? And that shift from I was able to do that on an every other day dynamic to now I've got to be prepped for 5 classes every day. That is one of the pinches they're feeling. Another pinch specifically for some of our core classes that are writing intensive is the idea of grading. The conversation that we want to keep supporting them on and working with them on is helping them rethink some of the ways that we do those things, because just because we've done it for 2 decades doesn't mean that's the best thing of I'm going to assign 150 essays and now I'm going to grade them all. Maybe we can look at different ways to teach to standard, teach with rigor, and not having kids write or you grade an entire essay. Maybe there's pieces of the essay you give feedback on. Those are things that I think as we still work in a new paradigm, how do we support teachers through that? And quite honestly, giving them permission to take some things off their plate.
Just for clarification, is T2 trimester 2? So too many classes to prep for? Okay.
Great. Yeah, I'm going to speak directly to that.
Okay.
Yep. So one of the challenges, I think it was last board meeting before, we talked about the number of preps. Our target for teachers is 2 to 3 preps. I had Ms. Wallen pull random teachers for trimester 2, and we are closer to 3 to 4 preps for teachers. And that's again, I think a function of working wasn't a puzzle is now a Rubik's Cube. We do and very intentionally want to get back to getting teachers down to that. I'm going to give you the school numbers out of 15 random teachers.
Chair Taylor, Mr. Yarbrough, can I just clarify, when you discuss preps, we're talking preparing for courses.
Correct.
Not actually the prep time. So they have to prepare for 2 or 3 courses and some as many as 4 or 5 classes. Just want to clarify that statement.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, thank you, Dr. Russell. Yes, it is. In the high school world, when we talk about preps, it's exactly what Dr. Russell said. It's the number of classes you have to prepare to teach in your schedule. So, for example, at school X, I won't even read the names. At one school, we have, out of 15 teachers, we have 1 teacher that has 2 preps. We have 5 teachers that have 3 preps out of their 5 they teach. We have 7 that have 4 preps. And then we have 2 that have 5 or more preps. Couple caveats there. Some of the 5 or more preps have always been that. I'll give an example of an elective teacher, like a choir teacher. They never teach the same course twice. So even on the block, they taught 6 of 8 classes. So teaching 5 of 6 or 5 of 5 isn't out of the realm for them teaching that. What is different is that I'm having it every day in the prep and planning for that. The next school, school Y, we'll call it. 3 teachers have 2 preps. 6 teachers have 3 preps. 5 teachers have 4 preps, and 1 teacher has 5 preps. Also a reminder, some of our teachers actually have athletic release as a prep. So they're a coach of the basketball team, the wrestling team, the football team, the volleyball team. So they're doing that within the day. That's one of their preps. And finally, school Y is we had 2 teachers who had, school Z, excuse me, 2 teachers who had 2 preps, 7 teachers had 3 preps, 2 teachers had 4 preps, and then 4 had 5. And again, that was the coach heavy school when we looked at just that random poll. My methodology for that was I had Ms. Wallen pull 3 English teachers, 3 math teachers, 3 science teachers, 3 social studies teachers, and 3 random electives. So again, that's just random. I didn't even look at the teacher names. It wasn't the point. It was just to get those dynamics. I would want to share and transfer to the board. We talk about 2 to 3 as our target. We are heavier for that for try 2, and we will work to correct that in iteration 2.
And is it because of the A/B classes? So like freshman English, English 1A. Now you had all A for try 1, and now you have A and B overlap, and then third try will be just B or whatever the dynamic happens to be.
Chair Taylor,
Okay.
Trustee Benz,
Yeah.
that is definitely one element of it. There's another piece to it as well, Trustee Benz, of you and Chair Taylor are all teaching A and B in the second try rather than you keep teaching A and you keep teaching B. That is, again, a huge shift. I lose my kids. I'm teaching the same class. I'm teaching a different class. But that's a paradigm that we can look through when I say lose my kids, that, I don't go from A to B with them. That's a dynamic that our schedule will impact. There are some pieces that, again, though, as we go through time, as we go through iterations of this, if teachers want to teach they want to teach multiple classes, then that's the dynamic of how we navigate that. And those are conversations with teachers. Some of the things, again, to let teachers take off their plate, they want to teach class X. Well, great, but then we still need you to teach class A, B, and C. So how do we navigate that? Some of those are choices, but we do need to get better at that. There's no doubt about that. We don't want all of our teachers teaching 4 preps out of 5. That's not tenable in the long term. We don't want to do that for our folks.
And then have conversations. I'm assuming conversations have already started about next fall, where we have the weird where we need Bs and first trimester.
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
And Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, that again will kind of connect to what we do with graduation requirements and how we navigate that through. But yes, our master schedule group has already started meeting and talking through some of those plans and what we can do there.
Thank you.
Tyler, if you'll go to the last one, the student group. Again, maybe I think more frustration from the students and the teachers, because again, they're the ones, the boots on the ground. This is really changing their world and what they've lived in. Our freshmen coming in, quite honestly, they have not been really vocal about, I want AB block. It's different. But our juniors and seniors, and one of the comments that came up was, I really wanted all the same schedule all 4 years. And I apologized to every group. I said, seniors, I really get that. This is difficult in your last year to change and shift that on you. That is true. However, the finances dictated that we would be on a different schedule. That dynamic is something we're trying to navigate. Again, you can see the feedback there. Pacing feels rushed was one of their comments. They do have issues trying to fit in all the choices they have, but where we're getting there, we'll continue to get better at that. The homework increase, I think, again, that's a connection of helping our teachers understand too. We went from 82-minute periods to 71-minute periods. What a number of our students used to do is take class time to do their homework so they didn't have homework going home. We're only 11 minutes less. Maybe there are other things that as we get to used to that cadence, that might lessen, but there will be, as some of our parents even argued for, they want their student to have, I have to do things outside to prepare me for what the real world, quote unquote, looks like. That
But
dynamic
I
was
can see
there.
how a senior would have a really hard time with that shift.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then again, but the positives were, again, seeing teachers every day. The positives, some extracurriculars in the day and having practice start within my school day. We had a number of students that appreciate that. A number don't, because they're not engaged in those activities. So they say, well, why do I have to do that? We had some that go, well, I want to do that outside the school day because I want to do all the choices within the day. And again, in iteration 1, we've talked about having athletic in the day. That's a conversation we'll have to have in the spring. Is that the most appropriate thing or not? Is that most appropriate for some programs and not others because of the scope of the program? How do we navigate that? The data we pulled from last year, Nampa High School had 25 students that were 3-sport athletes. So 25 kids actually, quote unquote, lost an elective because 3 of there would have been in athletic period. They still would have had 15 choices, which is one more than they had, which is one less they would have had in the block of 16 choices, if you will. But there were 25 total 3-sport athletes across all dynamics. So again, build a system, work the exceptions. How do we help and support those kids to have access to as many things as we can? And in 100% transparency and clarity, we don't have every one of our athletic programs in the day. There are some that we couldn't. For example, Columbia Volleyball's head coach taught at another district. She couldn't get there for practice, so volleyball was outside of the day. What we have done is found a way to transcript or credit for those students who are involved in that program, so they still get credit like other students, but they had another elective within their schedule. And that's, again, trying to perfect that and see how we can navigate that. So, okay.
Is that systematized or is that individual work? Like, is there a system for that, or like, like, do you have to go out yourself and be like, okay, here's how we maneuver this, and then our system can take that over? Or are these little nuances that will likely always involve human eyes?
Chair Taylor, option B.
Okay.
There, unless we get to where we have 100% on-campus coaches and we control what that looks like, it will be very hard to get to that.
This is a very small scope. This was like a one and done type of deal because it's one coach you were able to navigate it. I just wondered, just general question.
What is interesting is the number of students impacted by that, and we need to always look at that. One of the challenges is, let's say a football program, if they had 60 students that are playing football, well, how many teachers do we have have that? Is 20 the right ratio? So is that 3 teachers that come out of the classroom, which is like an elective we would do that they're covering somewhere else? Or do we have 8 football coaches come? Well, that's a really hard dynamic to say we're pulling that out and now we're restricting other choices. Those are the things that are always going to be humanized. Let's look at how we navigate this and how we work that to benefit the system. And again, that's open for conversation.
Who does this work, correct?
Pardon?
It's you who oversees this.
With the ADs and the principals, yes, we talked through what that would look like.
Okay.
And really, it's a matter of
And Will?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Or
And
Mr.
Mr. LeBou.
And
It's a
Mr.
matter
LeBou.
of
Okay.
what the head coach of the
So a team
program.
collaboration.
Correct. And
Okay,
talking
so
that
lots
through.
of people understand this. Okay.
Where it does become sticky, right, with parents is, well, why isn't my kid having that within the day? Well, the coach we have for that program isn't a teacher in the day. And we do have some coaches that are not educators, that even a few head coaches that are not educators. That's not their primary role. So that causes some dynamic for us to filter through. Finally, this is the, Tyler, go to the last slide, please. This is our plan to continue. We are going to follow up with these focus groups again in January or February. So these same folks have a list of who those folks were, where they were from, what schools. We will do our best to replicate exactly what that was, get them down to come give us, again, a second round of pros and cons, what's working, what's not. We also are going to add on some additional focus groups. So we'll have a new focus group of parents in January as well. And I'm going to try to get to a third in the spring. That's my goal. I don't know. It depending on how we can get adults and things together, we'll have to navigate that through. I would like to keep that parent group at about 6 to 9 and keeping the same feeder pattern scenario. So we're trying to do the best we can to get a varied approach and representation from all our district, not, hey, we got all the parents from this high school pattern or all the parents from this elementary pattern. The groups of staff that we really need to get to are middle school and elementary. I am going to talked with a few elementary leaders. I'm going to try to do elementary before Christmas, so after Thanksgiving and before Christmas, to get feedback from staff. They will only be giving feedback on the 4-day student contact week, the Tri-6, unless they want to give me a comment. They have a student in that or whatever. We could definitely have that conversation. But as a whole, just be talking 4-day student contact week with our elementary staff. And I do plan on talking with middle school students as well. Not really talking with elementary students because of trying to figure those dynamics out. However, we'll be open to 4th and 5th graders or whatever those things are. That's really hard to gather feedback in a focus group form and get them focused. But we are going to get them focused or on point. We are going to get more feedback from more folks, though. That is our plan there. And then I do think it's very important that we do a survey to all of our stakeholders in the spring. We've talked about this, of getting some data of what does the 4-day student contact week look like for you? Community, how is it impacting? What are those pieces of data as we continue to gather that? I do think it is important for us to realize, though, on the Tri-6 and the 4-day, we're a third in and we have a mixed bag of responses. 2/3 in, we'll probably still have that. We do need to have some time to build, okay, is this the shock of change, or have we actually gotten to here's what this looks like and how we can navigate, or what it looks like for our community, and then bring that data to the board for what decisions you might make. So, okay.
Trustee,
Any questions?
Any questions for?
I have two.
Okay.
So the elective selection process, is that based on seniority?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, on seniority, there's very few students who don't get in the classes that they would like if they put them as options when they fill their course registration. What ends up happening in the spring, early spring, we'll run course requesting. So the course requests then help us build our master schedule, and then students are assigned off that base of what they put on their electives. There are times when we run into there's not enough slots in a class, and yes, we would be looking for seniors on down of kids having access to that, because kids that are lower are going to have more opportunities to do that. Kids are running out of time. We would do it that way. One of the things we could look at doing, and we are talking with our master schedule group about, is finding a way, and a number of districts do this, to build our schedule and then actually open it up to students to sign up for the course and teacher they want. Not just, hey, it's this. It's very much a college scenario. And what a couple of districts that have the same technology platforms we've looked at, they build the schedule and then they say seniors, and they open it up to all seniors. Okay, you have the next week to put in your classes. They fill it up. Kids who don't fill it up, then they get what they get, but they go through that process. Okay, now juniors, now it's your frame. Now sophomore is your frame. And they do some things like that. We're looking into how we could do that for two reasons. Number one, to give more student voice into what they have. Number two, to take some of that load off of our counselors having to hand schedule everything. No, we open it up to you. We gave you that choice. We gave that option. But again, that's something down the road we have to look at and see if we can actually operationalize. I know that is one of our hope for us. I don't know if we'll be able to do next year, but if not next year, for sure the next year is the plan of how do we do that and have students work in a program we have called Class Choice to make that happen. So
our current curriculum that we have in place was based on semesters. Obviously, I'm assuming that probably transferred over to where English would be first and second trimester and an open. Is that kid, say, take freshman, for instance, can they take that first trimester of sophomore English, the third trimester if they wished?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, for freshmen this year, no, because we're having them take 3 of 3. Remember, they're taking all of that and expanding it out. That is one of our hopes, and looking at, we had a conversation today on what does accelerating some kids for graduation look like if they want to be done, and how do we do that? That is a plan that we have. And secondly, the other piece of how we would do that, we need to see what those sections would look like and how we would navigate that. So yes, those are on the horizon, but right now in this year, we don't have signed up for, as a whole, we don't have sophomores signed up to take, you're going to take the first semester of junior English yet. That may be something we work to, but we're not there quite yet.
So then, I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood the 3 of 3. Could you explain the 3 of 3 then? Because I assumed that third one is your beginning of sophomore. So how's that working? You're just splitting up the freshman English into 3 parts instead of 2. So they have an ABC rather than A, B. Okay, following now. Thank you.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Benz, the reason we did that, we are looking into how do we develop intervention sections for kids that need that. There are a few freshmen who do not have 3 of 3, and there are 2 particular classes. If they have honors English and if they have math 2. meaning that they took math 1 as an 8th grader, and then they're coming in at a math 2 level. They're taking the regular sophomore track, which is 2 of 3 trimesters. So.
Thank you.
And then one last thing I do need to mention on CTE classes. One of the things we're continuing to work at, and we're again in trimester 2, we're still trying to figure out what is that right balance of shuttling and how is that working. We've made a tweak this trimester to change where the transfer bell happened by 5 minutes to try and increase time in class and decrease tardies. That's going to be dependent on a couple factors. Number 1 is, again, getting our shuttle as tight as we can get it. And number 2, getting our kids who drive tighter with them so that they're not taking 15 minutes at McDonald's. I'm just being blunt, right? So those dynamics are things that we are working through. And we're going to have a conversation as a system is shuttling every period on a Tri-6, is that going to be able to work? Or do we need to have conversations about bundling? And we brought that up when we initially talked. That's a conversation that is, I'm not saying we're doing that. I'm not saying we're not. We need to have a lot of people at the table and talk about what that would look like to see what dynamics would be there. Again, having just finished a third of the year the first time through, we don't think we're ripe for that conversation yet. We need some more time to see what the actual ramifications are and how we can get our feet underneath this. So sorry I took way too much time on information on that, but wanted to make sure that the
Good information, though.
Okay.
We're going to take 15
Yeah,
minutes
really
on the rest of it. We'll be done.
Okay.
All right. If we have no other questions, we will move on to, let's see, where are we at? Curriculum update. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, Trustees, Curriculum Director, Ms. Gomez will be here to share an update on where we are with some of our curriculum adoptions.
Okay, while Tyler's working on pulling that up, I just want to share that we have 2 really great committees with parents and teachers that are super committed to this process. The days are really long. We don't finish until like 7:30 or 8, but they're engaged. They're doing the work. They're doing the reading outside of this, and they're asking really great questions. Our ELA group, we were kind of listening in on some of their conversations as they were finishing, and some of them said that it was actually a really fun process to be involved in. But I just want to give a shout out to them because they look really tired by the end of the night. It's a long day, but I'm really grateful for the work that they're putting in. So I'm
Thank you
fortunate.
for leading with that.
Yeah. It's been really great. So I'm going to start off with our elementary math adoption. We had our first meeting on October 24th. The committee worked on building some background on standards, math instruction, and learning some more about our NSD students. They also developed a rubric, and they were super thorough on that, and that was sent out to publishers. We'll be having our next meeting on December 16th to screen the curriculum. We had 17 total curriculums submitted from the community and teachers and parents. Eventually that will be narrowed down to 3 to 4. And I don't think we'll have 17 publishers submit for that. I've talked to some of them, and some of them have said that one's about to be out of print. That one is really old and will be out of print soon. And so they won't probably submit for all of the ones that we sent. So we will narrow that down. We did have a schedule change. We rescheduled our November 14th meeting to December 16th and our December 5th meeting to January 28th because I had several publishers reach out and say they couldn't meet the deadline. I had a couple say that they were going to withdraw. And so I consulted Dr. Russell and Waylon and Mr. Arbrough just to see what they thought about that. And we were all in agreement that we'd rather have more options. So we extended the deadline, and almost all of them sent a reply saying they're really grateful to that. So we have an updated timeline. I mentioned that already. We're meeting at the Greenhurst Learning Campus. After we finish screening, we will invite publishers to come and make presentations, and then we'll have an open house where the community will be welcome to give feedback. So these are the adoption open house dates. We'll have a variety of times, some during the day and then some in the evening. Any questions on our math? Okay.
Looks like they're all in the evening.
We have some from 8 to 12.
Oh,
Next slide.
1 to 3. Sorry, I went back. Am I going too
Your
fast?
ex's good.
You'll get
Your
there.
ex is good.
And then some from 4 to 7. Okay, so our secondary ELA adoption.
And Mrs. Gomez, just as a reminder, not that I think that we will attend, but in the event that trustees do decide to, I just want to make sure we're prepared and know that there'll have to be a quorum posted. Okay, just as a heads up.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so for our secondary ELA adoption, we met on November 7th to screen additional novels and discuss the first 2 novels they read. A small group is continuing to vet Odell for Gradient, or Columbia, excuse me, and other buildings that are interested in that. The committee will meet again on December 10th to discuss and rate their additional novels. And then I submitted the novels of where we're at.
This
Tyler,
is
do
the
you want
list
to pull
that
that up? Mhm.
They've gone through all of these books?
No, they've read 2
Oh,
so
I was
far.
gonna say,
They've
man, they are
screened them
just-
to narrow down to the ones they would like to
Okay.
pursue. And some of our middle school groups wanted to look at like 8, and they're short. And I said, you just have to have consensus to make sure people are willing to read these extra books. But they're having a hard time narrowing it down. Do you want to pull it up, Tyler? Do you see it? So I
We're
just wanted
still
to
reading
see
The
if
Great
there's any.
Gatsby. We're just still reading it.
It's
Okay.
only been 40
Yeah.
years.
It's only been 40 years. Yep, we're still reading it though.
And several of these books are books that are currently taught.
Yeah.
But we are looking to refresh and bring in some more modern novels. That was really important to the committee, is to find books that are engaging and having a balance with some of the classics too. But they really want to get kids reading. And so,
But I can still quote To Kill a Mockingbird. So I'm just going to throw out that I feel like Boo Radley was like a main character energy for life. So
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah. Great.
that's all I have for this evening.
This is great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have one question for you.
Oh.
Was it overwhelming to allow the community to submit their own choices for the math curriculum, or did you find that process easy to navigate?
It's a lot to go through. There were some multiple suggestions. There's an open education resource called Illustrative Math that was recommended a few times, and that different providers provide materials for Kendall Hunt, Imagine Math, and Kidem, but they're all similar. So there was some overlaps. It was a lot, and then the committee has a big lift when they meet this next time to get that narrowed down.
So do you feel like it was? Would you recommend it? Would you recommend moving forward any changes for that, or do you want to finish the process and have me ask you this question later?
I think that's probably the best way to go about it. We'll see what it looks like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are on E. Dr. Russell, Transportation Services Update.
Chair Taylor, Director Stoffer will be coming to share some information on transportation services.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, I actually am going to lump the next 3 that I'm in all into one, if that's okay with the board.
It's okay with the board.
All
So
right.
I just wanted to clarify for public record, you're going to update us on E, F, and G.
Correct. We're going to do them all at the same time. And also in open disclosure, they'll be in a little bit different order in the presentation. First, I would like to do a little bit of updating on current facilities and construction in the facilities. The first one, if Tyler, you could bring up the PowerPoint here.
I'm sorry, I have to make sure my minutes match. So you're moving facilities next.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler actually helped us on there as well. He's got G up on the screens for us as well. Thank you,
Oh,
Tyler.
thank you.
First, with inside the facilities update, we have, if I just want to remind the board, a few months, probably about 6 months ago, we had the opportunity of having the students from Nampa High that were part of the esports team come in. At that point in time, there was a lot of amazing things that were taking place. And one of the undertakings that we had taken on as a district was to create an esports arena in one of our schools. And we are well within the way of doing that. Nampa High had the space available to us to be able to convert a couple of classrooms into the esport arena. So we're almost, the construction has been completed. We're now working on the technology. And so the next frame will give you the pictures of what that room looks like right now. Now, the technology is not in there yet. Part of that is as our Director of Information Services, Cody Krebs, has been working on with other vendors that are working on donations and putting in the technology at a discounted rate for us, partly because they want to sponsor and be a part of this. There's a lot of sponsorships as we've learned through this process. So it is well along its way. We encourage you at some point in time, if you have the opportunity to do a walkthrough, we'd love to have you do that. Obviously, when it is completed, we'll do some more opening. A side note to that is this week we have the BSU coach, Dr. Haskell is coming and we'll be doing a podcast with the school district on esports, and also we'll be looking at our new sports arena. We do think that, one, this is a great thing for our students as we've seen the increased need of it, and also the connections to future opportunities are very prevalent with it. We also did look at this from a cool component of an opportunity to host tournaments that we have not had in the past as well. So we're excited about this. It's coming. It should be ready to go within the next month or so that we'll have it ready to go.
Is there spectator seating in there?
That's what you're seeing right there. So if you look at the middle, all three of them have the stadium seating. So the ones that are up on the podium are where the students are engaging in the esport battles. On the right-hand side, as you're walking in, there is the shoutcast, which is your commentators. There's a little box with two chairs right there, and that's what they're called, shout casters. And shoutcasters are basically doing that. They're just shouting about what's happening on the screens and what you see. It is also an area that many universities are looking at and actually providing sponsorships and scholarships to as well. So we're excited about that. The stadium seating behind there, I think there's 5 rows of stadium seating that are behind that for people to be in there and watch and observe, other than the actual broadcast.
Any other high schools in the valley doing this? Do you know?
What our understanding is, this will be the first esports stadium in the high school arena, and that's why there's a lot of excitement about it. Typically, we have to borrowing or we're using particular areas where we're just setting up some rooms, but this is the first esports arena that we're aware of. There might be another one, but we're not aware of another one.
Nice. Very cool.
Very cool.
It is exciting, and it's exciting to see some of the students and how they're getting really animated about the opportunity to be able to have their battles in this arena.
Yeah.
So from a non-techie guy here, is a lot of this done through like Wi-Fi and we have the capacity for that? Okay.
So Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, yes, we made sure that the infrastructure was capable of it. There is also hardwiring as well. So some of these you will hardwire some of these machines, but the wireless is very prevalent as well.
Okay.
So that's the sports arena update. The next one that I have for you is Snake River. I wanted to bring the remodel and just give you a little bit of update on it. Here you have a couple of pictures. And this is probably particularly interesting for Dr. Russell and myself because we were both administrators in this building. And it looks a little bit different than what we remember. I walk through the building every other week to get our updates. And this was the first one that kind of caught me. We saw the demo, I saw that happening, but now starting to see some of the formation of what the new structure will look like. It is exciting. It's also very different than what I remember. We're currently, what you'll see in the middle and the far right is what used to be the library. We're converting it into 2 classrooms. And what you see on the far left is actually the entrance of what used to be the old library. So there's lots of happening going on there. They are on schedule. And also more importantly, we're also on very well within our budget. There have been a few things that have come up at our contingency that we have built into the plan has been more than sufficient to be able to handle some of those contingencies that we've needed to adjust. We expected those. One of them was somewhat unexpected in the sense of what the ask was when we found it, and it had to deal with our fire system inside the building. When we originally submitted the plans, that we were only required to upgrade the part that we were having construction in. When the inspectors came back in, we actually needed to upgrade the entire building. So that was an additional cost. However, again, it fell within our contingencies. We're still well within our budget and moving forward. So the timeline still is on track for mid-January completion date. And our budget is looking really good at this point in time as
You're
well.
gonna do an open house or anything like that when you're done, or just kind of low key?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, as far as we'll do that with Gateway for sure, because Gateway is going to be moving over into it. So we actually started negotiations. Myself, Dr. Russell, and Mr. Yarborough went over and visited with the Gateway staff, and we talked a little bit about getting their input on how they would like to have that and how they'd like to start that. So we have started those discussions with our staff at Gateways, and they're going to be working with their parents. And we do believe that there's going to be some open houses of some type. And Obviously, as we know, as a transitioning a program like Gateways to a new program, we want to mitigate as many changes as we can because the kids need stability. And so that will become some of the focus, and acquainting kids with the building and parents with the building will be part of that process. Next, we'll move on to something else with facilities. And this is something we mentioned before with our playgrounds. We wanted to do a third-party evaluation of all of our playgrounds. That has been completed, and I just wanted to make you aware that we will be bringing the findings in December of what went through that report. I've been going through them, so there's a binder for every single one of the playgrounds that has information in it. So we're just going through that right now and looking at trends and what we're seeing, and we'll be able to report back out to that and bring that information to you.
We have issues with our playgrounds that needed assessed by or evaluated?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes, there were some that we were concerned about that we wanted to make sure that we were looking at, and we'll bring that information
Talking about
back to you.
safety, that
Yep,
kind of, okay,
safety,
good enough.
what condition that they're in, what things do we need to start planning for as far as future investments to maintain them, those types of things. So we think we'll have a good plan or a good report to bring to you to be able to have some direction from the board at that point in time. So that was more just of an update on that component. I think now we'll move outside of facilities, if I'm correct, and back into our transportation. So this is now that section. Ms. Lamont, we're moving into the transportation. I'll try to make sure I keep everybody updated on where I'm going.
Yeah.
One of the good things that I wanted to first start with is that we have fully implemented the First Students app that we talked about at the beginning of the year. And there's two components to it. There's a component that is for the administrative side, for the district personnel, and then there's the parent component of this. I wanted to give you a snapshot of what that looked like at a district level as a staff level. Maybe tell you can blow that up a little bit more. It's kind of hard to see just a little bit. But what you can see on this map is every principal and every office manager has access to this, so they can look up where buses are, and they can see where they are traveling currently. They can also see where they stopped. They can see when their doors opened. So there's a lot of transparency for both at the building level and at the district level. Those little green little dots that you kind of see in there, those are buses. And it's the pointing in the direction that they're traveling on this snapshot. So this just happened to be a point in time that we took the snapshot. We knew at this point in time, if I tried to show you live, they'd all be in one spot. Nothing would really be moving. We might have one moving for sport here or there. So we tried to take a snapshot when things were actually moving.
And the schools.
Yep, and then the schools are highlighted there as well. So you can see that, again, this is a district perspective. At the school level, it's vetted by the school buses that pertain to just that school. And then we'll go to the next slide, and this is for our parent view. And we took some snapshots from a phone of what was demonstrated on the parent app. Currently, we have just short of 600 students that have been signed up. And I use students specifically because a parent could sign up 4 kids. So it's based off of the student, not off of the parent, if that makes sense. So we have about almost really just 594, I think was the last number I saw before I came in here of students who have been enrolled in the parent view. Now we are transporting over 4,500 students. So it kind of puts in perspective how many people are using this. We have sent out a couple of informationals. We've sent out 3 right now of how to access the parent app. We're going to do it again. Pretty much we're trying to highlight that this is the time during the colder season where if we do get snow, if we do have ice, there is going to be some delays. And so we're trying to get this out into parents' hands so that they can have a more accurate picture of when buses are coming to their stops.
Trustee Taylor, so remind me again, this is live?
This is live.
And we're just, because I don't think I've received a notice on this either. I would have had it on my phone in 2 seconds.
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we're more than happy to help you.
I'm sure you are. Okay.
If you have a few minutes, we'll be more than happy after this to get you signed up.
I get notices all, obviously through Parent Square. Is this another opportunity to also provide notification to the parents about school closures, routes, that kind of thing?
Trustee Taylor, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the school closures will come from Parent Square. This is not meant to be a messaging system. The Parent Square is our messaging system, our communication tool for.
So there's not a snow day.
No, that will not come through this. This is just truly to know, and it will give you notifications or ping your phone if you desire if your student gets close to their drop. So you can dictate how far that radius is that it notifies you as well. So you have a lot of flexibility of controlling what and how this app provides you information. You can also add other people through this app if you want grandma and grandpa to know when Johnny is getting close to the bus because they're the ones picking up. You can actually input their information here and it will send them a notification that the bus is entered into that radius that you have designed.
On that note, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, but grandma can't go to school to pick up the grandkid unless she is specifically, is that the same? I mean, how do we know that that person is legit?
So
It's being added.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kermit, great question. You have to input the information.
As a parent.
As a parent, you have to put in the information. So you're
So it'd be
giving
the same as
approval.
going to the school and signing that.
So you're doing it
adding
through
that
the
person.
app by giving permission through the app. You're doing it. The school is not.
Right. I mean, it'd be the same as the parent
Yeah.
going to the school and adding,
Filling out the
grandma's gonna be
information.
here,
Correct.
or stepdad or somebody
Correct.
like that. Because that's my concern is, what's the, and don't go into a whole lot of detail on this, please, but the security, the back end of this, the security, is it, you know, how secure is it that somebody can't tap into this and find out where these kids are?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, you have to have the student ID numbers as well. So you have to have a lot of information to be able to pull the student into the app. So there are those checks and balances inside of it, but at the same token, you have to be the one that inputs that information too. So you would have to have a lot of information about the student. I think that's the easiest way to be more concise, that you have to have a lot of
Well,
information.
nothing's a fail-safe system. And
Right.
nothing is 100%. I get it.
Which is why I love that parent-facing
Yeah,
initiative
I just
where
wanna
it's
make sure
literally
that
going to
we're-
talk about,
And I have no doubt that we have crossed Ts and dotted Is, and this has been vetted and everything else. It just, yeah, especially when kids, you know, when you have that possibility of somebody
Mhm.
hacking a system that can track kids.
like their
So
watch, like
Trustee
their Apple
Taylor
Watch.
and
Yeah,
Trustee
all
or
that,
Chair Taylor,
so-
Trustee Kirkman, you're right. And we're trying to, this is again, the first student to use it nationwide. There's a
Right.
lot of back end information that they have worked on and they have vetted. We have looked at it and we did our pilot and it was very consistent with all the information that we have received from it. But you're right. We're always trying to make things more important and more secure.
And that's an education piece for parents.
It
I
is.
mean, parents have to take some initiative and some responsibility, but I love it. I love this system because it can pinpoint where their kid is. So love it.
And for clarification, Trustee Kirkman, it
Well,
pinpoints the bus,
The
not
bus,
the
yeah,
kid.
not the kid.
Pinpoints the bus.
Okay.
So that is the parent view. A couple of things, updates on the GPS. We talked about the turn-by-turn system. We have 7 buses that currently have the GPS turn-by-turn system implemented and functioning. We found that it had 98% accuracy from our software to connecting to the GPS, which is one of the things that we really wanted to pilot to make sure that they were syncing well. And the 2% that didn't sync well was truly up to the map and the GPS system. It didn't take in consideration some of the construction zones that we did and we were aware of. So right now, that was a really good accuracy rate for students. Felt that was one of the higher ones that they have seen in some of their implementations with the software. That wasn't their own software. And we also got some positive feedback from the drivers. They liked it. They thought it was good. They thought it was accurate. There's also some components in it where they can interact a little bit with the software and provide input, which we wanted and we appreciated. We are now moving to 10 more buses that will be utilizing the GPS and training their drivers by the beginning of December, which is ahead of schedule. And then will be full implementation in January.
That's such a high note. I'm hoping we're
Yep.
moving on
It's
to
gonna be great.
F.
I like this one. This one is doing well. I did want to just bring up a couple of things. The next screen is just the information that we have from the call and electronic forms that we have been publishing on our website. I just wanted to give you a snapshot of where we were a month ago and how many we've had in a month. We're averaging about 13 of these concerns a week that fit into one of these categories. We're being able to manage those as well. We're feeling that, again, we're continuing to progress, not that there isn't issues. We have noticed some of those. And one of those I wanted to bring up in this capacity, but it's also a positive, that we did get rid of all of our out-of-town drivers. There are no more out-of-town drivers. Part of that too,
I just want to take a second and stop and say, great. I mean, that goals, right? Not at all that we mind necessarily having somebody from out of town, but this is us accomplishing some of those things we would set out to do.
Correct.
So why this may not feel like a win, that absolutely was. So just let's take a moment to count our wins before we continue your slide.
All right. Trying to get us through fairly quickly.
No, it's okay. I knew that was a high note. I knew what was coming.
Chair Taylor and trustees, one of the things that we have noticed, again, now that we've had some time in tenure, that there has been some staff that have been released from first students due to performances and other components. And so we are down drivers that we would like to have. They're down 7 drivers, but these are also things that we're happy with. We're happy that there's been some decisions to help improve the personnel. We do have a good hiring. They do have a good platform of people who are onboarding and coming into the system. We have 4 testing this week. They had 3 tests and complete last week, and they have a schedule for another 3 to test to have their CDL license the following week. So we do have a good, healthy hiring pool. But again, these are some of the things that we expected to see. We did see, again, a few more in the past few weeks than we've seen prior. But again, we're supportive of where first students is going and increasing the capacity and the talents of our drivers.
So the numbers plus 27 or whatever in November, that means the 81 is increased.
Correct. It's just that's the aggregate number. So we're giving you aggregate numbers, but there was 27 additional calls on that particular subcategory from October 18th to November 18th. So it's over the course of a month.
Okay.
So averaging over a week, if you take the 57, that was the total amount of call electronic forms that were received with those concerns. Those were averaging about 13 a week total.
Okay, so the October 18 number was
an
that
aggregate.
we had at that moment, from the time we started keeping track, 44.
Correct.
And then between October 18 and November 18, we got 13 more. So we
Correct.
had 13 in that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we had 44 in the month of October
And we
then
increased
we
it by,
increased
yes.
it. Okay, so
That
we
is
didn't have-
correct.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And then our next slide is our next item, and this is the vacated buildings. And I may need to pause. Was there any other questions about transportation I
No.
did not answer?
No, not at this
Okay.
time.
This is point F for the vacant schools. We have 3 buildings that 2 of them are currently vacant. 1 will be vacant when we finish Snake River and have the opportunity to transition it. We now have had some time inside of our new structure and our new system. We finished that first trimester, and we've had lots of inquiries from various different entities inquiring about what we would like to do or what our intention is as a district to use these buildings for in the future. So this is the 3 facilities that we have or will have that will be vacant. The Union Building, which has been vacant since the end of last year. Gateways will be vacant when we complete the Snake River remodel and they have the opportunity to transition over. We have what's called the transition house, and this was part of our federal programs, and they had part of their staff there, and they were kind of hodgepodged all over the district. We consolidated our federal programs at one wing of the Snake River building that isn't being remodeled, and they're currently there, which vacated a house that we own, which is kind of kitty
Is
cornered
this where
here.
like McKinney-Vento was?
Yeah, it's right there. That's our door that we go
You
out.
guys
So
already
it's that
got it
way.
later. Let's-
We'll go walk out. But it's on the corner over here where we have the
I
grass
just have
field.
never in my life seen all 3 of you point in absolutely different ways. And then challenge.
I'd
each
put the
other
money
to
on the
go
operations guy.
outside.
Yeah, Trustee Kirkman.
I'd put my money on the
is looking at
operations.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Russell just won.
He always wins. We do know that. But I'll show you it's over there.
Okay.
We're going to walk straight through that wall. So these are the facilities that we would like to inquire what the board would like us to do. Because we have had lots of inquiries, there is interest levels out there. We want to do what's in the, we would recommend that you ask us to start giving information, putting it together and bring it back to you. But again, this is the ask of the board at this point in time for kind of direction of how would you like us, do you want us to sit on them and just listen a little bit longer?
So
or-
is your ask, are you ready for us to bring you proposals? Because I think we want to see whatever you're getting proposed.
No, I don't think that's, I think the ask is just start gathering.
Gathering
some
the
of that
information. Bring them
Providing
forward.
it.
And
Yeah.
providing it to the
What
Yeah,
board.
is
providing it
the-
to the board.
What's the status of Centennial?
So Centennial currently, as you remember, has the Boys and Girls Club.
So that's a done deal. Is the police department moving in there?
The police department is planning on moving in towards the end of this month. I've met with them a couple of
Okay.
times. There's some things that they're working on their end, but yes, we have met.
So that's offline. then.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some things that we can look at, part of that building in the future, but this was just more so the vacant
Sure.
facilities. We can
Ones that
also,
are
if
just
you would
set.
like to come, ask to come back with some options of what
Well,
we'd
we don't
like to
want
do
these
with
to
that
become
part.
eyesores either if they're just sitting there.
Right,
And,
right.
and there's that possible liability and everything else. So I definitely.
I want to hear what you're getting.
Chair
at.
Taylor,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah, I wanna hear-
direct staff to,
Direct, feel directed. Whatever you're getting, we would like to hear it.
and be open to things being shoved your way too. Because I get a lot of people,
So do
I've
I.
gotten quite a few.
In Chair Taylor Board of Trustees, we are fielding quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it is, and there's a lot of different options out there, and those include proposals for land swaps, for purchases,
Yeah.
for rental.
Yeah, I
We
think
have
we're gonna see it all.
churches, we have
Yeah.
other
gamut.
organizations, we have lots of different people who are interested. So there is, the good news is there is a market and appetite for the board to consider many different options.
Yeah, it's great.
Perfect. And with that, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stopper. All right, and Trustee Kirkman is gonna leave us for the evening. Thank you.
Am I calling?
I don't think you need to call him.
No,
correct?
there's no
Oh, wait.
action.
Do you want to call him for exec session?
Oh, yeah, executive session.
Why don't I call you?
What is,
You guys can do that.
You're good. I'll call you. I'll text you. It's okay. All right. H, enrollment average.
Chair
daily
Taylor,
pay.
trustees, just your monthly update on attendance and enrollment. Happy to answer any questions.
You want me to ask it?
No, I can bring it up.
Okay.
It might actually be for Mr. LeBeau.
Yeah.
In a previous.
No,
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 okay.
just
Just a
ask your
question about total enrollment numbers for Nova. We had heard one number and we can clearly see a different number. Just curious.
I think we're just looking for clarification and understanding of capacity by grade level for Nova. In a completely non-related question.
I told you were gonna get this.
I'm glad I stuck around.
We are too.
Thank you for the question.
Yes.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Jennings. What was shared, Nova targets 25 students. That's kind of their targeted number. Their actual enrollment showed us, I believe it shows us 28 currently.
So Nova shows us 233.
Yeah, it
No,
says this.
talking sophomore specific.
That's what this
Okay,
is where
that's
I
what-
think
yeah,
we
okay.
needed to get to.
That-
Yes.
That's
Where we were all lost.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
okay.
That is the clarification.
It's 25
Yeah,
per
yeah,
grade level.
So, well, but I mean, there's some variables on that because like if you look at how many students we have at the elementary versus at the secondary, and then Jason, who's Mr. Hillman, has been able to shift some things. So specifically speaking about sophomore enrollment, 25 is our target number.
Okay.
We currently have 31 enrolled, and then we have 7 on a waiting list at the sophomore
Additionally,
level.
but it's capacity right now, or we're enrolled 233 students total.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
I think that was great clarification, and we're actually glad that that question arose.
Thank you, David, once again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Chair Taylor, are we trustees ready to move on to?
I think we are
finance?
totally ready to move on to finance treasurer report. Dr. Russell?
And Mr. Dewey's here to share some information.
All right, I got
about
a
finances.
presentation. I didn't record it again. Had I known, I would have given it to Jeff instead of, oh, he's not gone. Okay, good. I was really upset. All right, let's keep going a little bit. Oh, he is gone. Oh, I know. Well, I won't get any questions then, right? No question, because he's always the one to ask questions. All right. I just want to give you guys a heads up. We did have the audit approval last time on the 4th, but we just wanted to kind of give you guys a heads up what was in there in case anybody understood what was going on. Our unassigned general fund balance, which is the good one, that was the one we have a policy on that we said we have to have at least 5%. And so we do have 5.2% of revenues, which is good. Our assigned, which is our carry forward amount, which majority of that's set aside that we had talked, you guys know about and all that kind of stuff associated with the other, the one-time money that's already in existence. And we did set aside 500,000 for the one-time cost for the bus barn stuff. And then we did have all of our school supplies and that kind of stuff that are in our secondary and then special programs in our elementary and middle schools and high schools and stuff like that are 359. And then we have some restricted funds. Obviously, our debt service fund is restricted and our food service, and we have some other restricted funds that are in there. So next. All right, revenue highlights here. Property taxes. We were $13 million last, this is the last year. So remember, our property taxes are going to go down substantially this year. Our levy was significantly less. And so that's a good thing. We did have, $2 million, almost $2.1 million in earnings, which is great. I mean, things are good for our investments at this point in time. I think that number is going to go down a little bit because, as you guys see with probably your own investments, they're not quite the 5 or 6% anymore. So they're going down little by little, but we did pretty well on that. We do have some other earnings in that you can see in there. I'm not going to read everything about the slides, but just to kind of give you a heads up of where our numbers are, we did pretty well, but we're right where we wanted to be on those things. Go for it. And in our expenses, just like I had said before, majority of what our expenses are directly school related. I mean, things that are at the schools and that. So that's where we want to keep that. That's super important to us. We do have about 20 million of our expenses, but the one thing about that support services that's kind of misleading is that also includes the start of the track and and all those huge expenses that we had, some of these big remodels and all that kind of stuff, all the stuff that Courtney's doing over there. A lot of those are happening at the end of the year. So we had a lot of those expenses hit. We had almost $2.5 million in just, construction and all that had been like coming over from prior things that weren't even related to this stuff we were doing this summer that was hitting as well. So it was really more like 15 million, I think would be our support services, which is a normal amount. And our transportation ended up at 7.8. Just want to remind people that that is $5.4 million of revenue that we get for that $7.8 million that we actually spent. That is also 7% of our entire budget. That's a large amount. So this is not something we want to mess around with any more than we have to. Debt service, again, 12 million. As the last year, we'll have debt on our books, which was nice for a little bit, unless we get another bond. And then you see some of the other stuff here. The biggest one I want to see too is the salary, benefits, and contracted services, 72% of expenses. And that's not including our transportation contract, which obviously there's people involved in that as well. And so, and again, that's a little low looking because we had some very big construction projects that kind of dropped that percentage down in relationship to our entire expense wise. Let's go to the next one. All right, this year, noteworthy. I just want to remind people. So our good submission of information, because was done on November 15th, which was last Friday. We won't be able to get really any good reports until later on this week, probably next week or until December, really, because of the Thanksgiving holiday. We did, if you look at all your reports that we have, you'll see a bunch of carry forward numbers. Those are the ones that came over, like I talked about before. Those are all in the budgets now. So you start seeing those increase from the original budget to the new budgets down. That's the reason why on those. Everything else looks good. Our salary and benefits look good. And our substitute costs, We're about the same as last year. And the reason I bring that up is one of my hopes, and it doesn't look so far, is that we might have less substitutes since we have one less day. We know our costs are going to increase because we actually increased the cost of our subs because we gave more pay because they were going an extra hour. But we were hoping that a lot of people would take a little less. So we're about the same when I started comparing it to last year in relationship to the size. So we're no better or no worse. So my hope is over time, we start looking at that and we can reduce those costs over time. We do, like Mr. Stoffer said, was some of the big tracks and all that kind of stuff you just talked about with some of those big projects getting done. And we did receive 36.6 million of our facilities funding. Remember, that can only be used for capital projects and not maintenance. I know we're going to have potentially a special meeting or some information, and I talked to Dr. Russell on this as well, that we're going to have something that really goes over our plan of really what we want to do long-term with this, because obviously we only have it for 10 years, but if we spend it too quick, then we don't have any maintenance money for our interest. So we have to kind of bridge that gap a little bit later on. That's it. See, pretty quick. Anything else?
I don't think so. Questions? Nope. Thank you, Mr. Dewey.
All right.
All right, we are now on J, the superintendent report. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, first up, I'm going to have Tyler bring on our Teacher Friday attendance. This is something we had included in our consent agenda last month. It was asked to bring it forth this month, and happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
Are you bringing up a slide? Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
He's squinting, so he's working on it.
Oh, I can see why you were squinting.
Are you able to make that a little bit bigger so the trustees
I'm
can
going to
see
be
that?
squinting here.
So you'll see we have data on the three. I think we just had one last Friday that we'll include in our next report. But overall, you'll see our attendance, our leave. It was a little bit higher in October on the leave. That is reflection of what we believe is just sick and illness. I personally went through that report and looked through all of it, and it was just kind of seasonal. And I'd expect probably as we get into more cold and flu season that we'll probably be around that time. But yeah, happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Question? Nope.
Agree that up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, we have just a real quick presentation, and I won't go long. I know it is late tonight, but I did want to share with the trustees. Mr. Stoffer had the opportunity to visit with the city, and the city shared some important information. Trustee Kirkman actually probably would know quite a bit about this as he sits on planning and zoning, but we are looking at seeing some growth in the city of Nampa, particularly in southwest Nampa down by the lake. And that's where the city is going to be looking at doing some projected planning. You'll see on the map there, the orange section is kind of where they're going to plan on trying to develop. This slide just shares what they're looking at developing. Next slide, Tyler. This will share kind of just the landowners. The ones in green are property owners who are at this point agreeing to look at developing their land. It's around 107 acres is where the city is going to start planning on that. Next slide, Tyler. Looks like the plan is going to be a variety of kind of mixed uses, some open spaces that they're looking to provide as well. But you'll see there's some single family homes, multi, et cetera. So a variety of homes is what they're looking. And next slide, Tyler. This is what's interesting I wanted to bring out because they showed a projected school site, and this is out by some of where our properties are. Now, as we know, we are not bonding right now. We have not asked for a school site, so I want to make sure the public knows that we're not planning on building a building anytime soon. But the idea here is that the city is looking at building and developing this parcel of land and part of the city with the idea of having schools that someday would be in southwest Nampa.
And this falls within the Nampa School District boundaries, not in, okay.
These are all within our boundaries, and those proposed sites would be what we originally bonded for a couple of years ago, the proposed new Nampa High School site. And I think we have a middle school site out there as well.
Thank you.
Next slide there. This just shares the interchange that we're all aware of is coming, kind of some projections there. I think it has changed a little bit over time, but just gives you an idea of we do own a property out by that interchange as well. There's some parcel that we own that's close to that, and is again another good asset for the district Anytime we can own property, it's a great asset to have. Next slide, Tyler. Basically, this is the message. We really can't control growth. We just need to figure out how do we prepare for it. And as a district, as we look out in the next 5, 10, 15 years, it's important for us to have an idea of what's coming so that we are aware and can start planning for that. Particularly in the economy we're at, it's tough to say what that will mean for our district. Tax base, absolutely. And we are a really fortunate district that we have a great tax base. We have tax base with business, we have tax base with the industry, and we have tax base with homeowners. Some districts don't have a lot of that. They just have homeowners. And that's hard on homeowners. So we are really fortunate that we got a lot of industry, but I think that'll be a benefit for us as well. Now, will this bring students? I think that's the question. Next slide, Tyler. And basically that's the same thing. So we're going to go on to the I think that's the end of it. Which goes to our next point, why I wanted to know about bringing students. I think that's something that we as a district are going to need to, at some point, decide, are we going to do another enrollment projection? Our last enrollment projection was in 2018. Hard to believe it's already been 6 years, almost going on 7 years ago. With this information coming in that they are planning on developing, we think it might be wise for us to at least start exploring whether we need to do another enrollment projection. Our one that was done in 2018 lasted 10 years, but they admit after 5, it's really hard to guess how accurate that would be. I would say the one that we did in 2018 was extremely accurate for the first 5 or 6 years. Even through the COVID pandemic, they were only off maybe 50, 60 kids at
Wow.
So one reason we didn't do it after 5 years was because that was right after the pandemic. And they said, I don't think I can give you a good projection with what happened in the pandemic, as crazy as the world was. Well, we're a couple of years out from that now, and it might be worth us exploring. And that's something, if you'd like us to do, we could bring some more information at another board meeting sometime around that. But I think as superintendent, that would be my suggestion. At some point, we need to start looking at that so we can really plan and see, are we going to continue seeing a dip? Will this new growth bring in more students? How should we plan in the next 5 or 10 years?
I think that you should feel free to keep that on your radar as needed. I mean, the meeting took place, you guys are at the right place, right time. So I don't know that you need direction as much as you have an open-ended invitation to explore what you need in this realm.
The last update, wanted to talk with the trustees around a topic that I was aware of, but actually got some more information at the ISBA convention. And this is around our student behavioral health. We were approached by a, I don't know their name, organization. What's the name of it?
Communities for Youth.
For Communities for Youth. This is a group that was formed out of Boise State that had partnered with several school districts around our communities and around the state. And most one is Marcine. And what it is essentially is they ask, they get the community together, they gather some data around it, and this data shares really what's happening with the kids in their community. What's going on with the youth. So if you were to ask me right now, Superintendent Russell, how many of our kids are depressed? I couldn't tell you. If you were to ask me, are more high schoolers depressed than middle schoolers? I couldn't tell you. Are girls more suicidal than boys? I couldn't tell you. I don't have that data. We have lots of plans that we're doing. We've worked really hard around this area, and I think we've seen improvements in some of our students' behavioral health. But what the problem is, what you want to do is you want to have good data so that you can target where you're putting your resources. So what I've heard from Marcine is what they do is they come in, they hold some meetings with the community and informing them about what this information would be. And it is around really what are the things that their youth are experiencing. They'll do a survey. They get it's a parental rights or parental permission, I should say, before any survey is given. So parents have to opt in to be able to give the survey. I looked through one of the general surveys. It can be modified depending on what the trustees would like to see. And it asks a lot of questions. It asks those questions about, do you have somebody in your home that supports you? Do you feel supported at your school? Do you have anxiety? Do you have depression? Is there suicide things? Do you feel overstressed? And it asks a bunch of questions that will really give you really key information about some of those questions I just told you that I don't know if I can answer for our district, but I really would like to. Because I think one of the things we need to try to do is always target and support our kids the best we can. One thing I would like to do is maybe in December is have them come and share a lot more information, because I just gave you a big 30,000 foot view, but they could give a better presentation and really allow you to ask questions about it, and just to see if this is something we really want to pursue in our schools so that we can have that information and really target with a really high quality plan to support our students' behavioral and mental health.
I think December would be perfect. I attended a portion of this presentation with Dr. Russell and Deputy Superintendent Yoruba. And I definitely think it's something worth hearing. It really does try to get specific to what our needs are versus just that general blanket of, not that it's general, but just really understanding our demographics. And so if you guys are open to that, I think it would be great. Yeah, great, done.
And trustees, that is all I have.
Okay, great. With that, I will entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session for Idaho Code 74-206, item 1, items B and D, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student, and to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Benz?
Aye.
Perfect. Taylor, we are going to come out and adjourn tonight. No action will be taken. Do we need to have him stay out here for adjournment? Okay, we're good to go.
Will you let me know?
Yes, I will.